When the Biden-Harris administration started, we were still in the midst of a pandemic that meant that people couldn't meet together. We didn't have a vaccine, and the American people were concerned about what was going to happen with the economy. The president, working with the secretary, worked to design the American Rescue Plan, but then implementation came. And one thing the secretary was very committed to was the idea that we were going to implement this in an equitable way, and she knew that in order to do that, we needed to set up an office here at Treasury, and that's how we set up the Office of Recovery Programs, with the purpose of trying to make sure that those who were the most impacted by the pandemic were getting the help they needed. And that's exactly what we did. You look at the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, a program that was designed to help keep people in their homes during the pandemic, because we knew that losing your home both exposed you to this disease that could kill you, but also came with significant economic consequences. The ERA took time to work, but we put the time into it here at Treasury, working with local communities, working with stakeholders to ensure that the more than $40 billion that came from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program got into the communities. And that's why you saw eviction rates in the country drop significantly, including cut in half for Black Americans. But even after the resources from the ERA were gone, we're continuing to see eviction rates below the national average prior to the pandemic, because of the way that the IRA was designed to provide resources to local communities to continue these offices going forward. You look at the Advanced Child Tax Credit, a tax credit that provided parents with money to help them pay for the things their children needed during the pandemic. Many of these children were forced to go home, weren't able to go to school, and that cost money for parents, investing in things like iPads or other ways to help their children learn, making sure they could keep food on their table. The Advanced Child Tax Credit and the resources that were provided there cut child poverty for Black Americans children by 50% and 40% for Hispanic children. But it wasn't just the ways in which we helped children who were children and families that were the most distressed, but we also provided resources for businesses to make sure that businesses were able to stay open during the pandemic. Much of the money that went to state and local governments through the Office of Recovery Programs went to supporting the local economy. I had a chance to visit a number of these businesses, either in Lehigh Valley or in Memphis, where these businesses were getting resources that would help them stay open, but also helped lead to the creation of a record number of small businesses coming out of the pandemic. We've seen 10 million businesses started over the last 2 years. 1/4 of those businesses have been started by Hispanic Americans. Our goal now has to be to make sure that the resources we've poured into making sure that we've had what is the most equitable recovery in history is being poured into ensuring that that equity continues in this economy going forward.
Excellency.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and a thank you for all of you for joining us today at the Freedman's Bank Forum. 148 years ago, President Lincoln signed into law a bill to incorporate Freedman's Savings and Trust Company. Its headquarters sat right across the street from this very building. The creation of what came to be known as Freedman's Bank was a bold idea for its time to help more than 4 million formerly enslaved Black Americans transition into economic mainstream of the country. The legacy of Freedman's Bank is our continued striving to end the wealth gap and advance economic mobility for the descendants of formerly enslaved people and all those that have been historically overlooked and underestimated. Since day one, our administration has focused its attention on addressing this persistent racial inequity in our country. And Treasury has worked to uphold the legacy of Freedman's Bank by rooting out inequity in our economy. The rationale for this is simple. Advancing racial equity is not just a moral priority, it's also critical to our economic success. This understanding understanding guided the administration's efforts during the pandemic and enabled us to execute a historically equitable recovery. Through the American Rescue Plan, we supported families, kept businesses open, and ensured that critical services could continue to function, all with particular emphasis on the most vulnerable communities. As a result, we have achieved a historically inclusive and broad-based recovery from the pandemic, including record lows in child poverty and in the unemployment rates of Hispanic and Black Americans. We're proud of the strength of our economic recovery, but we still have a lot further to go. To bridge this gap between where we are and where we want to be, the administration is implementing an ambitious economic plan that targets investment toward communities that are high in potential but have been historically underserved. This includes working with minority-owned banks and financial institutions that have a track record of delivering capital to underserved communities. It includes providing minority-owned businesses to enable them to grow at scale and build generational wealth. And it includes incentivizing companies to invest in low-income communities where they will create high-quality jobs and businesses for business contracts. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act has a specific tax credit provision to ensure that low-income communities particularly benefit from the boom in clean energy manufacturing. I want to acknowledge that Treasury is not alone in these efforts. Many of our external partners, like you, have been working with us continuously, both in the philanthropic and the private sector investments with federal funds to amplify our impact. Today's forum is an opportunity for all of us to discuss the progress and the potential, to evaluate how far we have come and consider the road we must still travel. We'll hear today from a group of speakers and panelists, from experts here at the Treasury Department, and from our colleagues across the government, each of whom will present different strategies for addressing racial economic disparities. Later on in our breakout sessions, we will hear from your on-the-ground experiences and the partnership and perspective that you bring that will inform conversations that will turn aspirations into actions. We'll further discuss ties between government and private industry and how to design more just and accessible regulations and how to transform the way we deliver capital to businesses and people who need it the most. So thank you. We know we have still a lot more work to do, and on behalf of Treasury, deep gratitude for your participation and for your partnership on these very important priorities. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Anthony Coley. I had the wonderful privilege of working at the Treasury Department when this forum was first conceived during the Obama administration. And I can see some people who were here for that first convening. John Hope, I see you. I think I saw the head of Ariel here earlier. So you want to talk about how an event has grown over the course of several years. And I just want to start and pause at this very beginning of this conversation to acknowledge Janice Bowdler and everybody who put this team together. I mean, this incredible event has grown to heights that we could only have dreamed of back in the Obama administration. With that, You all are in for a treat. I'm calling this panel the Pearls of Wisdom panel. And that is because each of these women have led successfully, and that's the operative word here, successfully managed multiple teams and led multi-million-dollar organizations. To my left, the amazing and impactful Neera Tandon, the president's domestic policy advisor. We're going to give her another round of applause. The brilliant and respected leader of the Roosevelt Institute, Dr. Felicia Wong. And the trailblazing entrepreneur, author, media executive, nonprofit leader, I could go on, Nellie Yellen. Thank you. All right, so we have about 25 minutes, and so we're going to keep this. We have a lot of ground to cover. We're going to keep this quick and efficient, if that's all right. I have one question I want to start posed to each of you. We heard Diadem give us a sense of occasion of the day. I like to use this panel, and the first question on this panel, really to talk about the why. Why is investing in underserved people, underserved communities? How can you talk, Neera, if you can lead us off, talk about how that is essential to the nation's economic success?
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me. And it's really a privilege to be on this phenomenal panel and to be here at Treasury on an issue that is really important to the president, the vice president, to this administration, which is ensuring that we have growth in the country that is pulling everyone in. And just to say, to answer your question directly, back in the day when I was president of the Center for American Progress, we did a report now a decade ago called All In Nation, which really focused in on this central question, which is how does the disparity that we see between the country's median and communities of color, how is that holding us back economically? And way back then, again, in 2013, we did an analysis, a kind of deep research with a lot of analytics, and determined that in a specific year, 2011, so again, far back, but in 2011, the fact that we had these disparities created $1.2 trillion in lost economic growth to the GDP. So that really just was to say, if communities of color were reaching the economics, basically the economic status of the median in the country, which is white families, that would be $1.2 trillion in additional growth for the country.
So this is just money that was on the sidelines.
Essentially, yeah, exactly. And it's really that, and the idea here is, you know, there's so much in our politics that is trying to drive us apart.
Right.
And what we really were, I think the basic fact here is that if we have economic growth and economic success reaching all communities, then it creates economic growth for the entire country. And that, you know, we called it All In the report, All In Nation, because it really was about the central fact. And I'm proud to say that that has been an animating principle of this administration and this White House. The president is hyper-focused on ensuring that the opportunities we're creating with the investments we've made, the Invest in America agenda, our infrastructure law, our Inflation Reduction Act investments in clean energy, we are being laser focused in ensuring that those investments are reaching every corner. And that's a great opportunity to this conversation today.
Great, we're going to come back to that. I want to give you an opportunity to speak to all of what that is. Next to you, Dr. Wong, why? Why is it important?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. It's great to be here, great to be on this panel, and definitely, especially, thank you to Janice and the Treasury team. I also just wanted to say before I answer your why question that I know that this administration and this Treasury Department is committed to issues of race equity because I have the privilege of serving as the vice chair of the Treasury Advisory Committee on Race Equity, and it's really nice to see so many of my fellow commission members here in the room. So we are working hard on this every day. As to why, I 100% agree with Neera that this is a matter of economic growth. I agree with Secretary Yellen when she talks about modern supply side, that investing in communities that have been traditionally left behind is a fundamental matter of better ROI for this country. That is all definitely important. And I would add that this is a matter of our democracy. This is a democratic matter, small d, because given this country's history of racialized exclusions, which sometimes were legal and sometimes were cultural or normed, it is just imperative that we actually flip that script. It's imperative for our inclusive, multiracial democracy that all Americans feel that democracy can deliver for them. And it is especially important for all communities, Black, brown, rural, working class. It's very important as a matter of our sometimes fragile democracy that we work on racial inclusion.
All right, to you, Nellie.
Well, for me, it really pains me to say that, you know, ever since the pandemic revealed the inequities in financial literacy for all of us.
Right, they've been there for a while, right?
And yes, and the fact that, you know, so many, I who worked on the front lines with the SBA and when I was living in California, with the governor of California to try to get the PPP loans to small business owners and realized that they didn't have the right paperwork.
Right.
They didn't know how to fill out the forms. And so I really want to talk more about that because I think we can help our communities all we want, but if we don't teach them the system, if we don't teach them how to understand the tax laws and the system, they can't get to where they need to go. So to me, this is of the utmost importance.
Got it. All right, Neera, I'm going to come back to you because you brought up the Investing to America agenda. I want you to talk, if you can, for a couple minutes, what it is, what it isn't, and can you also talk to this group and to folks watching online, talk about the guardrails that this administration have put in place to make sure these investments actually get to the people in the communities that they're designed to help.
Great, thank you. And I really appreciate this question because I think it is the heart of what we're trying to do. So we have the Invest in America agenda, which is legislation that the president passed. It includes really many pieces, but I'll focus on three. The infrastructure law, the CHIPS Act, CHIPS and Science Act, and then the Inflation Reduction Act, which has many components, but significantly massive new investments in clean energy. So these are all arenas in which we are creating, the administration is creating significant jobs in and really helping create a manufacturing renaissance. We really see this as a key moment and a key leverage point to ensure that we have economic growth that is bringing in communities that have been left behind. Right. So the fact of the matter is, just from a workforce perspective, if we do not have the workforce for these jobs, for these investments, they will not be successful. We will never meet our climate goals. We will never do what we need to do for competitiveness in our economy if we do not have those jobs. So from the jobs angle, we have strategies at the Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, and working very hand in glove with the private sector to ensure that these jobs are situated in ways that we are attracting people who've been disproportionately left out of them. Communities of color, single women, older workers, disabled workers. And I'm pleased to report that our private sector partners understand that. On the other side of that, from the investment side, I think this is also a leverage point. Right. This is a real moment where we have credible public sector investments matching private sector investments. And we really hope that those private sector investments are also inclusive. And we're trying to think through strategies like using today and other days to ensure that the investments being made are attracting and reaching communities of color, investors of color, et cetera. Because we really do see this moment where we've had kind of historic levels of public investment matching private investment as an opportunity to build an economy, as the president says, that really is truly from the middle out and from the bottom up. And, you know, I know this all sounds like great taglines, but what it really means is reaching people who have not been part of our economic growth and ensuring that they too benefit. And given our tight labor markets and given our economy, we have a moment to do that now we haven't seen in decades.
Thank you for that. Nellie, you have a book, and I love the title of this book. I'm going to read the title of the book. It is Self-Made, Becoming Empowered, Self-Reliant, and Rich in Every Way. So the central thesis of this book is, of course, individual responsibility. You yourself are an entrepreneur, small business advocate, and we're seated here today in this august room, the cash room at the Treasury Department, the largest agency of which is the Internal Revenue Service. I'd love to just get your perspective as someone who is a women's advocate, a small business advocate. I think you worked with small business owners a lot during the pandemic. Why can this building be doing more to leverage tax policy or policy in general to advance its goals?
Well, I love that question. I have to do a shout out first to the Latinos in the room, because Latinas are the #1 fastest growing entrepreneurs in the country. However, we have very bad numbers. McKinsey just did a report that Latinos have had the worst 2 years in 40 years economically. And so I say about Latinos, but also my African American sisters and brothers and my Asian sisters and brothers, that I go back to what I started with. I have spent a lot of time in the front lines only speaking to entrepreneurs in the last 4 years. And the biggest problem is our lack of literacy. And it is about how to do our paperwork. It's about understanding even all of the great gifts that you guys have sent us, but we don't even know how to get them. And sometimes we just even feel embarrassed to ask for them. Latinos don't like to ask for money. So we have to talk about the mindset. And I think that when it comes to taxes, you guys are going to meet later my dear friend Julio Gonzalez, who is like one of our Latino hidden figure tax goats. And when he said to me once, and he really changed my mindset, he said, when you invest in yourself, your government invests with you. Yes. You have to align with the IRS. And he gave me such a positive attitude about taxes that I was like, really? And I realized that our minority people's image of the IRS is very negative.
Well, it's like, improved, right? I heard they have a new website.
No, we're going to talk about that because I love the new website. Right.
I'm not flacking for the
No, I'm just saying, I'm being really honest.
Give them some credit.
We're doing real talk, because to us it's like the taxes, oh my God. Or to some of us it's like, we don't want to fill out the forms, or they're going to find out we're not really, we're not supposed to be here, whatever it is. And what Julio taught me is the IRS is like your venture capital in a way. If you invest in yourself, they help you. And I think our messaging.
If you invest in yourself, they help you.
They invest in you too.
Yeah.
They give you money, they help you, they're with you, they join with you.
I love that.
I had never heard that.
Yeah.
And I think Janice invited me here because she heard the podcast that Julio and I did, where I was like, Julio, I never heard that before in my life.
Yeah.
I think that we have a messaging problem. And the messaging problem is also that we are, again, if we give people money and we don't teach them how to make the money,
right,
how to learn, what are the incentives, if we don't teach them these things, and they're hard to learn. I see every bank in America try to do a website for small business owners and for small business owners of color, but it's not in our voice, and it's not, the information is not given by people that look like us.
So it's a language barrier.
So when you look at the country, and that we have, we're in a digital age.
Right.
Why are we reaching people in these kind of old ways instead of on Instagram, instead of on, that's how, what I did for the PPP loans is I did pajama parties online on Instagram. Let's fill out the forms together.
I love it. I love it.
Right? And when they hear it from one of us that looks like us and we're saying, I don't understand that, can you explain that to me? Then they hear it and they learn it. So I want us to think about, from a government point of view and also from a private sector point of view, we need content. We need information. We need to be taught. And when I say rich in every way, that's from the filter of culture.
Right.
Because for Black people, for Latinos, for Asians, rich alone doesn't cut it. Right. It has to be rich in family, rich in love, rich in everything. And so we have to be taught from that filter.
Great.
Not from a filter that we don't relate to.
That's right. I think that deserves a round of applause. I like that. All right. All right, Dr. Wong, we have about 10 minutes left in this panel. I want to bring you in because I'm a student of history. I think all of us are. Context matters, historical context especially. I'd love to hear your perspective on what the administration is doing in this critical moment on racial equity. I'd love to hear about that through a historical lens.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked that question because it is absolutely a sea change. This administration's approach, and frankly, many, many people who are working on the outside on racial equity and on economic equality, we are seeing a sea change in how we approach these questions. So I'll answer it, but before I get there, I just wanted to say to Nellie that it is incredibly important that the IRS be accessible to all, which is why I think that the $80 billion IRS modernization, which is designed to make sure that all Americans can access and understand and actually pay their taxes, pay their fair share as simply as possible. That's really important, and it's an important thing for all of us to support and protect. So IRS modernization, it's important. Now, to get to this question of history, why I think it's a sea change, this president has embraced an approach to government structuring of markets, government structuring of important economic sectors. He's embraced the term Bidenomics. I know the media is asking, what is Bidenomics? Well, I am here to say that Bidenomics is about the rebalancing of power in this economy so that workers get their fair share or more, so that companies have to pay their fair share. This approach to having government actually makes sure that we have strong sectors, strong green energy sectors, strong manufacturing, making sure that workers are able to, as the president said the other day on the picket line, record profits deserve a record contract. This is a really important approach, and this historically is a very different approach than the approach we've seen over the last 40 some odd years, which some people called Reaganomics, but which was really an approach where government was going to be hands-off, hands-off of shaping markets. The reason that was a problem is that you actually saw the results. When government does not step in to structure markets, we have seen historically slower growth over the last 40 years. We have seen worse stability in the financial markets and otherwise, and we have seen much more inequality, racial and otherwise. So this very active approach where government is willing to and happy to set a North Star. This is what our economy should look like. This is how we should be investing in people. This is how we should be investing in places. This is how we should be supporting workers' right to organize. All of this is an absolute sea change from the approach that we've seen in the past.
So it is a sea change, right? Everyone doesn't embrace this sea change in their tandem. So this is my question for you. What do you say to the critics out there who are not pleased with this administration's focus on racial equity? And has that criticism in any way changed how you all approach your work in this space?
No, it has not. And I'd say, we recognize that we are facing, there's obviously criticism of what the president has done, but I think the institution that is most challenging right now are the courts. We should be really clear that the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision, which in the language of the decision was limited to universities. They very clearly said it was limited to universities, and clearly said it did not even touch military academies. It was just so limited to universities. We have deep concerns, and that people, other courts are going to apply it more broadly, but more importantly as well, or as important as institutions are going to try to apply it. And so I just want to, the president was very clear in the aftermath of the decision that the decision itself is not an excuse for the country, for the federal government, or for the private sector to turn away from this really important cornerstone of democracy itself, particularly in our country, which is that diversity is a strength, and that we need to, and he was very clear that we are boldly pushing forward in ensuring that our government, our investments reach every community, because it is essentially a fabrication to tell the country that concerns about diversity should be an issue of the past. The president starkly disagreed with the court's analysis, and we over the last several months at the Domestic Policy Council have been really engaging all parts of every agency to ensure that we are still aggressively reaching president's goals of ensuring that 15% of our investments are reaching small disadvantaged businesses, that we are reaching minority businesses with our federal investments. There should be no chilling effect here. We are worried about that chilling effect, but there should be no chilling effect on investments. And if I could be so bold, I really think it's important for private sector leaders in the corporate sector, to affirm, not be scared off by politicization of these issues, but to affirm the commitments that they've made over the last several years to ensure that they too are investing equitably in reaching every community.
And the data is there to support it, right? I think that's exactly right. I'm going to take a moment to make a point of personal privilege, as they say on Capitol Hill. In preparing for this panel, I remembered a poll commissioned by the Black Economic Alliance this August that talked about how there was overwhelming evidence across generational ideological lines for the very type of investments that you were just talking about.
100%. It's actually, I know there's a cacophony and a lot of noise, but actually there are strong majorities of Americans who want to ensure that when we're investing, we're reaching all communities, that everyone is involved, and in fact that we are reaching communities that have not been at the table. We're spending a special effort to reach those communities. The country supports that.
Okay, so I think we're almost up on time, so I have one final question for each of you. 30 seconds apiece, if you can. All right, the title for this panel is A Moment for Bold Ideas and Courageous Action. In this room are some of the nation's most influential problem solvers and policymakers. What's your advice to any of them or to all of them on how they can use this moment to act courageously and advance bold ideas? Let's start with you. Felicia, do you want to, Dr. Wong, go ahead.
Sure. This is a moment of real investment. This is an investment agenda. This is an equity agenda. And I firmly believe that the private sector and the public sector embracing this together, you're going to see much more for many more people. If you just keep it, this spending is spending for the future.
I don't think there's anything more important than what we're talking about right now. I think it's the most important agenda for the country to have equity financially. I just hope that I give you a call to action that we saw during the pandemic. A lot of fraudulent companies show up that filled the gap in education, and then we're taking money from people. We have to educate. I would call it marketing, but I know marketing is an ugly word in government. So let's call it teach and educate. all people to understand the game that we're playing, how to play the game, and how to really not just give us money and then we don't know even how to get it.
Right.
We have to understand the system, and all of us need to know how to use it.
So I'll just say something very briefly to build on Nellie's comments, which is, I think this is a moment to stretch. And what I mean by that is, it is very easy in companies, in government, to go to people you know. Our own networks are really easy because we trust in those networks, and that is how we essentially replicate the system over and over again. And this is a moment where we know if we stretch, we know that investments in communities led by organizations, companies led by people of color, women, have the same, if not better, results of other companies. It is a time to go beyond comfort, to reach out beyond your network, to go to people who you do not know and look at them and their opportunities and what they can bring to the table. There's investment there, and this is a moment where we need the private sector to ensure that we actually have the inclusive economy that this country is demanding. Thank you.
That sounds like pearls of wisdom to me. That's why I named this panel that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone. To Secretary Janet Yellen, members of our administration, community bank leaders, and business leaders, it is an honor to join you once again at the Freedman's Bank Forum. America is a nation powered by the ambition and aspiration of her people. The ambition and aspiration to turn a dream into a reality, to start a business, own a home, and get an education. But realizing these aspirations requires access to capital and financial services for so many. And not everyone in America has equal access to this essential support. Consider, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times more likely to not apply for a loan for fear of being turned away by a bank. Despite making up 25% of new business owners, Latino entrepreneurs receive less than 2% of venture capital funds. For many Asian American and Latino business owners, in particular immigrant business owners, language barriers limit their ability to access capital and banking services. And people who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans, often lack access to traditional financial services of any kind. I have worked to address these disparities with so many of you for years. And as Vice President, I've made expanding access to capital one of our administration's central economic priorities. Building on work I led as a United States Senator, so far we have invested more than $12 billion in community banks to help thousands of entrepreneurs and small business owners in underserved communities access the capital they need to start and grow their business. We also partnered with consumer banks, investment firms, technology companies, and philanthropies to create the Economic Opportunity Coalition. And already this coalition has secured $1 billion in new capital for community banks across our nation. And today, I am proud to announce that by the 2024 Freedman's Bank Forum, this coalition plans to invest another $2 billion in community banks. We have also worked to expand access to capital through government contracts. Since taking office, President Biden and I have made historic federal investments in our nation. On climate alone, we will invest $1 trillion over the next 10 years. The result? Billions of dollars in federal contracts that will be available to businesses across our nation. But historically, minority and underserved business owners have not had equitable access to federal contracts. And so, we are increasing federal contracts for minority and underserved businesses by 50%. which will mean billions of dollars in steady, stable revenue for business owners to hire more employees, open more stores and factories, invest in their communities, and build intergenerational wealth. And where we have led, I call on the private sector to follow. Today, I am issuing a call to action. In particular, to all companies that are building our clean energy economy, I issue a challenge to you to commit to contracting at least 15% of your procurement spending with minority and underserved businesses, as several of the companies here today have already done. Because to bridge the financial disparities that hold so many of our communities back, we must continue to work together to combine the capacity of the private sector with the reach and the scale that only government can provide. When we do, we create opportunity and prosperity for millions of Americans. I thank you all for the work you do every day. Take care.
The program will resume momentarily.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Secretary Yellen and Adeyomo Deputy Secretary for hosting this forum today. And of course, it is such an honor to be gathered here before you all for today's Treasury's Freedom's Bank Forum and morning's panel entitled Scaling Underserved Businesses Through Capital and Ecosystem Support, to discuss the progress that's been made to deliver capital and technical assistance to help underserved businesses connect with customers and market opportunities. As everyone in this room knows, small businesses, including minority and women-owned businesses, are the backbone of our communities. That's why I've worked so hard, both as previous chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee and now as the ranking member, to ensure they're supported. Through black banks, such as Freedman's Bank, they were basically established post-Civil War to help formerly enslaved persons navigate their financial lives. These institutions were short-lived. Today, minority depository institutions that are serving descendants of enslaved people are closing at an alarming rapid pace, leaving these communities with less access to banking services. As we all know, community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions have a long track of basically supporting minority and women-owned businesses. That's why in December 2020, I worked with Senator Warner and other colleagues across the aisle in the House and the Senate to secure an unprecedented $12 billion in capital investments and grants for CDFIs and MDIs like the Opus Bank. And this was to allow them to expand and provide the support that all communities deserve. This includes the small businesses and businesses owned by people of color, which were the hardest hit during COVID-19 pandemic. I'm pleased that Secretary of the Treasury and the CDFI helped to establish the CDFI fund. They worked hard to deploy these funds, and that those who receive funds from the 12 billion programs that we established have leveraged them to provide further support to small businesses across the country. Not only that, but last Congress, I led the effort to renew the State Small Business Credit Initiative, or SSBCI, where we provided $10 billion in federal funds for Treasury to deploy through state, territory, and tribal programs to support up to $100 billion in new loans, investments, and technical assistance to support small businesses so they can grow and thrive. Despite their success in providing affordable capital to communities typically excluded from the mainstream financial system, as evidenced both above and by their work during the pandemic, the number of MDI banks and MDI credit unions have declined by almost 1/3 in the decade following the 2008 financial crisis. CDFIs are also facing similar challenges. Now, I want to wrap this up by saying that nothing is more important to our nation's economy than thriving CDFIs and MDIs that support our communities and small businesses. And while we've made progress on this front, there's so much more we need to do. That's why we're here today. So I encourage you to all listen to what the next panel has to say and continue collaborating with those of us in Congress and working with us to develop new ways to support our nation's small and diverse businesses. I want to just close by saying, during the pandemic, when we were able to create the additional money that was targeted toward our small businesses. We experienced something wonderful with PPP program. And as I've traveled across the country and I've stopped to talk with small business owners about what happened to them during COVID-19, they were all very pleased about the PPP program. And they said that this program is what saved their businesses. It would help them to keep their doors open and to keep their employees working. And so I really did understand more thoroughly following that experience that assistance to small businesses is what we need to do in federal government. We need to assist these businesses because they employ more and they help to create economic opportunities in all of our communities. So thank you all for being here today, and I'm sure you're going to learn a lot more about what we all can do to assist our small businesses. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. That was a wonderful way to kick off our program this morning. My name is Amy Liu, and I'm really excited to be here to be part of the Freedman Forum and to help lead a discussion about the importance of what you just heard from the Congresswoman, about the importance of supporting the growth of underserved small businesses and entrepreneurs. By way of background, I come to this topic because of my own long expertise in working with local leaders in cities, in communities, to make sure that our local communities are prosperous, just, and resilient. And in part of that, obviously, is the important role that small businesses and entrepreneurs play, not only because of their success in driving our local economies, but also because they're critical to the vibrancy of regional industry clusters and a major source of wealth creation for immigrants and communities of color. And during our break, I was just talking to Dominic about something that the Congresswoman just mentioned, that even though enormous progress has been made, what we're talking about here is trying to reverse decades of under-resourced, structurally isolated, and devalued businesses in many of our communities. And so I think what we're seeing and what we're talking about today is what has been the great progress that the Biden-Harris administration has made to reverse decades of disinvestment and devaluation of our women-owned and minority-owned small businesses, and what kind of impact and positive impact they've had in our communities, but what more we can do to support and drive that progress. We are fortunate to have three really stellar speakers who are joining us today, including one who just landed from a delayed flight from Dulles. So thank you. I'm so glad you made it, Manan. It was just, we were counting the seconds. So first, let me introduce them real quickly. We have Don Graves, who's Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce, and he absolutely understands capital access and ecosystem building for small businesses, having previously served as the EVP and Head of Corporate Responsibility and Community Engagement at Key Bank in Cleveland, and prior to that, Deputy Assistant Secretary at Treasury, overseeing the CDFI fund and other small business programs. So wealth of expertise there. To my left is Dominic Myorton. He is President and CEO of Optus Bank. Optus Bank is one of the nation's largest minority depository institutions, MDIs, in the country, and I believe one of the oldest too. Congratulations, I believe Optus Bank just celebrated its 100th anniversary. It was established in 1921 as South Carolina's first Black-owned bank. And today, Optus Bank is a beneficiary of a lot of important programs we're going to talk about today. And last but not least is Manan Mehta. Welcome. Manan is the co-founder and general partner of Unshackled Ventures. In Manan's words, Unshackled was founded to, quote, help unrecognized and excluded immigrant entrepreneurs succeed faster. So really looking forward to hearing from all three of them today. I'm going to start with Don. I want to have him do a little bit of scene setting for us. I think this focus on small business is not new across administrations. So tell this group what is unique about the Biden-Harris agenda for small businesses, and what are some of the progress you're starting to see?
Well, first off, Amy, thank you so much for your leadership in this space for many decades, and congratulations on a continued successful transition at Brookings. It is great to be here. You all are experts, so I'm not going to go into, not going to stay at a high level. I'm going to try and get into the weeds. This administration, as Amy pointed out, is very focused on the ways that we can support small businesses and entrepreneurs all across the country, but every administration talks about that. The key is actually putting meaning to those words. It's why the president and the vice president have spent so much time, including through executive orders that the president has signed, focusing on making sure that all of our departments, as we're spending these trillions of dollars of investments in the American economy, rebuilding our country, that we're doing it in a way that actually benefits small businesses in ways that we haven't before, that benefits every community. So that's something that the Secretary Raimondo and I did at the very beginning of this administration at Commerce. We changed our mission statement and added "for all communities," those three words, to our mission statement, because we have to make sure that we sort of live this out on a daily basis, that every program, every policy that we're working on, we have communities, we have people, we have small businesses at the center of what we're doing. So, for instance, we talked about the State Small Business Credit Initiative. We know that capital is hugely important. Every survey that you do of small business as the biggest challenge, this is, if not the first biggest challenge, it is in the top 2 or 3. So access to credit and capital, but you can only use that credit and capital if you're ready, if you're poised to use it, if you know how to use it, if you have the technical assistance. So the administration has made as a priority the building of an ecosystem that will enable those businesses to be successful. There have been untold numbers, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of businesses, the entrepreneurs who've had great ideas, who've had the drive, the gumption to make something happen, but those businesses have failed. That's through most of the time, or a lot of the time, through no fault of their own. What we have to try and do, and this is what we've been focused on, is building that ecosystem or supporting that ecosystem in ways that we haven't done before. Part of it is transparency, clarity, predictability. So data, rules, and the like, especially for small businesses that don't have large government relation shops, you have to be able to provide them the information that they need. The other thing, and this goes back to the State Small Business Credit Initiative, $10 billion goes a long way, but not as far as we'd like, which is why Commerce and Treasury partnered. This is something that DepSec Adeyemo and I have been focused on from day one. The Minority Business Development Agency, the single agency in the federal government that's focused on minority businesses, disadvantaged businesses across the country, was given $125 million of that $10 billion specifically to create a program, the Capital Readiness Program, that's focused on supporting that enabling environment. Going out, providing funds to incubators, accelerators, to CDFIs that are providing that technical assistance, working with universities, community colleges, working with local, state, and regional organizations that are supporting that. So these are the types of efforts that I think need to be even further accelerated, but it's trying to bring folks together in ways that we haven't before, and bringing all of the agencies together to focus on how we break down those barriers, that we have the communications so that when the Department of Energy or the Department of Transportation is putting out hundreds of billions of dollars, that they're focusing on small businesses, that they're focusing on underserved communities, that we're doing it in a way where we're talking together and using each of our programs to enable folks on the ground who are actually doing the hard work of connecting these small businesses and supporting them.
I think what you just heard is that what's different is the scale of the investments and the focus on a multidisciplinary ecosystem support. I do want to also make sure we focus on how this money lands. I was actually part of a conversation last week that it wasn't just enough to make sure that all of these incredible investments land in communities, but that they land in a way that really begins to reverse the structural inequality we see in communities. And now I want to turn over to Dominic and Manan, because I think they're embodied. I think they're an embodiment of that. So I'm going to ask Manan first, because Manan, Don talked about SSBI, and you are a recipient of that program. SSBCI, which is the State Small Business Credit Initiative. Why don't you tell everyone here, what is the focus of Unshackled Ventures? What makes your intermediary unique, and how you have benefited from federal investments?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. And I sat next to, on my flight, somebody who's in U.S. government and told me to take a taxi to get here, and that was brilliant, over an Uber. Little secret. But at a high level, Unshackled was founded 10 years ago, recognizing a very simple opportunity that immigrants represent our national advantage. And that can be said for a lot of communities of color or minority communities as well. And today, 10 years later, it feels like what was an opportunity then for us is now a responsibility. And so what we embodied and what we thought through was, for a nation that has one of the most elegant representations of immigrant success, the Statue of Liberty, what more can we do to encourage that entrepreneurial drive? And so what we decided to look for was ways that we could not only invest in immigrant communities, but also sponsor their visas, recognizing that immigration is a big topic, but what can we do to retain that talent, keep it here, and innovate here in this country? And so over the last 10 years, what we've been able to do is invest in north of 80 immigrant-founded companies who have gone on now to create over 1,000 jobs in this country. And so this is not by a lot of money, by all accounts. It's in the $25–30 million range to create that jobs. And I think what we were speaking about earlier is that entrepreneurship is the way for many communities. And it's also the way to kind of validate and credential their pathways in this country and what they can contribute back to this country. And so it's been a really wonderful journey for us. But I think to your second question, Amy, around, what does it mean? Here's the other part of the story. Many of our immigrant founders are working in industries that are critical to American success. So whether it's energy, defense, generative AI, logistics, transportation, the food supply chain, we have an immigrant-founded company in every one of those categories, and every one of them at some point needs to work with the U.S. government, either for a USDA loan, an SBIR grant, or some other factor that may not be readily accessible to them if they didn't know about it. And so that's what's really powerful about this partnership, and we're really fortunate that the state of California, through the iBank program, made that commitment as the first commitment from the program.
That's great. I'm going to come back to you, but I want to now turn it over to Dominic. Talk a little bit about Optus Bank and how some of the new federal resources have supported your work in serving small businesses as a CDFI and an MDI.
Thank you very much, Amy. So I think this room is something, it's full of amazing leaders that do this work, so I don't need to explain the reasons and the need necessarily for mission-aligned capital, both social, financial, and human capital, to flow into these underserved communities with high potential to succeed. But really our core mission, I think, is mission-driven intermediaries, really capital intermediaries and social and human capital intermediaries as well, is to reverse legacies that some of them have been around for 400 years. So as I like to talk about, even to potential investors, we're trying to find a way to deploy the most impactful capital into the highest and best uses in our underserved communities. And naturally, that capital is going to be a little bit more difficult to deploy because those communities have been starved for so many years, sometimes as many as 400 years. CDFIs and MDIs, we being Black MDIs serving South Carolina and other states now for over 100 years, we've learned that it takes some level of subsidy and support to make capitalism work for people in places that have been underserved. And I think the Biden-Harris administration has done a great job providing additional resources, essentially to jumpstart these local economies and jumpstart the intermediaries like Optus Bank to serve those local economies. So I'll give you a couple examples. Of course, the ESIP program was transformational. Over $9 billion in capital flowing into mission-driven depositories across the U.S. We were fortunate to receive really what's an amazing amount of capital. And now the challenge is, we have that down payment. And to me, it sounds like a lot of money, but we're also trying to reverse legacies that have taken centuries to establish. The ESIP was a great start to that. The support for the U.S. Treasury CDFI fund has also been a huge catalyst, both during the pandemic and post-pandemic. The communities that we serve, particularly as we define them, high potential, underestimated communities, of course, most of them are Black and brown communities, they suffer first and recover last when there's any kind of hiccup in the economy. So the critical support that both the CDFI fund and a lot of the other programs that we have benefited from provided is something that really helped us reverse some of the negative impact. But also, as I like to remind everyone, you can't solve these very long-term problems with short-term money. So the challenge that we have in front of us now, and I think we have a really great partner in the Biden-Harris administration, is how do we build the ecosystem in a sustainable way? So how do we create a true movement out of this moment? How do we take this tragic, economic impact on some of our communities and turn it into a reversal of those negative impacts? So what we're working really hard on right now with the administration, and are really grateful to have amazing support from many people in this room, is to change the systems and structures and create new pathways of capital that are lasting, permanent, and allow us to provide that little bit of seed capital, maybe, if you would, to jumpstart those economies and jumpstart those intermediaries like Optus Bank, other MDIs and CDFIs, to give them that extra boost so they can become self-sufficient in driving resiliency and economic growth in the most vulnerable people and places that we serve.
While you've got the mic, I'm going to have you hold on to it. I want to build on this point on ecosystem now, because all three of you have mentioned the importance of it for sustaining both the startup, the scaling, and the long-term wealth creation of a lot of these entrepreneurs and small businesses. So, Dominic, when you say you need to see an ecosystem really be there to support, what do you mean? Who are the actors that are in that ecosystem? And do you feel that the current set of investments are sufficiently, in the markets that you're operating, sufficiently supporting those intermediaries and organizations?
I think the ecosystem needs to be vibrant on both sides, on the supply and demand side.
Yep.
So we as mission-driven intermediaries are the suppliers of credit, capital, and opportunities, and frequently social capital and human capital as well into these micro enterprises and small businesses. But on the demand side, there are also imperfections that have been created by systemic disparities. And so the organizations or agencies like MBDA, Don and I were together in Baltimore yesterday, and I had the opportunity to meet the most amazing entrepreneurs that are truly building businesses that are, I can't even describe the technologies and the science and engineering that they've put together. But they are simply cut out of the access to mainstream institutions to gain access to business. So I think the ecosystem has to have both sides, has to have the supply and demand. The administration has done a great job really supporting the likes of MBDA that can provide that demand. But the most critical aspect I see to building that, they have to be built in parallel. So you don't just deploy capital into communities and then look for those entrepreneurs to build businesses when they are truly cut out of access to those opportunities, as we see with a lot of the transportation and infrastructure funding that's coming in, a lot of the green energy that's being built. So we need to make sure that in sync, in parallel, they are built both on the demand side and the supply side. And equally important is that those efforts and investments are sustained. Because one thing that we've seen, particularly in Black and brown communities, and really the minority banks being a manifestation of those communities in some way, is we go through these cycles where there's an infusion of capital, an infusion of interest, and then we chase the next shiny object. And that pullback of that interest actually is more harmful. And in some cases, it would be better if it never came, if the help never came. And so one of the things I keep really advocating, and we as an industry of MDI as part of the National Bankers Association and other groups that support minority banks, is how do we create a movement? How do we sustain both supply side and demand side of this ecosystem?
Well said. Don, I know you're jumping to get in here. So we talked about this before walking here. I think the Invest in America agenda by the administration has gotten lots of attention, all the transformative pieces of legislation and investment now raining down on communities across the country, creating huge opportunities for suppliers and entrepreneurs and the like. The concern is that these are siloed investments and not connected opportunities. And so, for instance, congrats on the Tech Hubs announcement yesterday. But Tech Hubs, as an example, is an ecosystem of growing next generation industries and technologies and capabilities in the U.S., requiring small biz supplies, suppliers, startups, and workforce and infrastructure all work together in service of new industry growth. So when I think about those tech hub investments and other place-based investments, I do wonder, like many of us on the ground, how well is that connected to the small business ecosystem investments that you're making? How do we make sure that the actors that are driving those big place-based investments are connecting to the small business actors, intermediate actors that we're featuring here?
Well, we could probably spend a week covering all of that, but I'm going to be brief. Three things that I'll go through. One is global competitiveness and national security. Two, industrial strategy, place-based industrial strategy. And then three, the right type of ecosystem support that will enable those first two. So I think everyone knows you can't go a day without reading the news or watching something on TV. We are in a massive global competition, particularly in a range of critical and emerging technologies. So AI, quantum computing, microelectronics, biotech. There's only a handful of these really important industries, but they're built on a foundation of additional work that this nation has sort of championed and been at the forefront of. What my colleagues here have said is exactly right. The way that we do it, how we tap into the brilliance of the American people is going to allow us to succeed or not. So what's made this country as successful is not necessarily that we're more powerful or that we have more money or anything like that. It's this notion that we are a place where ideas can flourish. And so part of what we need to do as a country, and it's what we've been doing with things like the Tech Hubs program and a range of other programs, is making sure that we're investing where the market isn't working as efficiently as it should, where we're investing in ways that enable people with great ideas to bring those ideas to the forefront, whether it's starting a small business or innovating and leading with a new patent of an idea. And it's investing in industries in a place-based focus. So we know that Silicon Valley has done very well over many decades now. We see some real successes across the country in places like Austin and Boston. You can probably pick 10 places in the country that everyone would agree have been fantastic places for technological development, for innovation, for economic growth and prosperity. That's not where all the ideas are coming from. And in fact, we have great ideas, great innovation, great opportunities, and industrial bases all across the country that are powering that growth. But 90% of the jobs that have been created in recent decades are in 5 metros around the country. That's a real problem if we hope to be competitive globally to ensure our long-term national security and, of course, our economic security. So we have to unleash the potential of communities like my hometown of Cleveland or Akron just down the road, where we announced a tech hub, because there's great talent, there's great opportunity, but only if we invest to spur additional private sector investment and job creation. So that's really what we're trying to do with the Tech Hubs program, with our Build Back Better Regional Challenge Award winners last year, with the work that we're doing to enable high-speed internet in every community in the country. If you don't have access to high-speed internet, then you have a great idea, you have a great company. How are you going to sell your product anywhere, not just down the road, but anywhere else in the country, let alone the globe, if you don't have access to high-speed internet? So all of these investments have a rationale. They're interconnected. We're thinking about it in a way that we can enable our communities to be more successful. We can enable people with great ideas to bring those ideas to market, to get the support that they need from that ecosystem of great organizations like these, technical assistance providers across the country, and also being very, as I said at the beginning, transparent, providing clarity. Data is absolutely crucial to what we're doing. So capturing the data is, the announcement that Treasury is making today about the commitments by many of the financial institutions is fantastic. It's what we need to do with lots of companies across the country, and that's part of what we're doing in this sister convening that we're doing, where we're building off of the Freedman's event today with our economic equity convening at the end of November. We're building a set of business diversity principles. These principles are basically standards. We have the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, the greatest single standards development organization in the world, but we've never focused on the ways that we deliver support to small businesses, to communities, to ecosystems. So our business diversity principles will allow us to capture the commitments that companies are making across the board to support small businesses, to support the development of economic development, community development in communities. And then we'll have benchmarks that our partners around the country can use in communities to hold us accountable, but to also give us a guideline or guardrails to the work that we're doing, so we know that we're actually affecting the type of change that we're all talking about.
Manan, do you feel the shift in the economy right now, where there's increasing demand for build in, make in America? And then how, I think there's a real desire for many people in this room to make sure that the next generation economy is inclusive of the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs, immigrants and people of color. What are the unique challenges that we need to be aware of facing immigrant entrepreneurs, so that they can be part of this innovation economy?
Yeah, and as I was reflecting on the prior question as well around community and ecosystems, I think there's two concepts that come to mind that we've been trying to embody at Unshackled for the last 10 years. The first one is this notion of the difference between success and failure is not what you know, it's who you know and when. And emboldened in that is community, right? That is what we're talking about. And the second concept is oftentimes a silent killer of many startups is a lack of access to friends and family money. And so what is happening, I think, in this administration, and what we have been seeing as kind of this continual movement, is that people are recognizing that those concepts and those approaches need to be addressed at the highest level of risk-taking appetite that we can stomach. And so why I think, venture capital has been where I've been playing for the last 10 years is because, within venture capital is a lot of risk appetite, right? We're okay being wrong to some extent for the hope that we are really right. And I think what I'm seeing now with this partnership with California's iBank program is that there is now an initiative from the government to take on that risk alongside the private sector, which I think is really, really powerful in terms of fostering new communities and growing communities. Because I think a lot of the entrepreneurship happens behind closed doors, specifically within immigrant communities. And it's not that they came to the United States and then thought of a company to start. Coming to the United States was an entrepreneurial act. Right? That started that journey in the US. And then I think you go a little bit further, they don't have a passport with an eagle on it. And so they have no clubs, no clout, no memberships. And so what does community give them there? Is that really nice balance of both, where their existential motivation marries, what they came here to do. And I think that's what we're focusing on at Unshackled. And I think we see a lot of that within immigrant communities, people of color, and a lot of our military vets as well. Like there's a certain discipline that exists continually across these populations that is just incredibly fun to underwrite.
We are needing to come to a close, so I'm going to ask everyone one final question and ask you to try to be brief. I think there's a real desire and theme here to sustain the good effort that's been underway. And it takes an ecosystem of actors to do that. There are a lot of great experts and leaders in the room. What is the advice you give folks here to help sustain what has been started? What's the one thing you want folks here to do? Who wants to take a first cut?
I'll jump in. We have a wealth of resources across the federal government. You all know these resources, you use them, but we don't know when they're either not being as effective as they should be, when they are not as widely known as they should be, or if there are things that we can do in the federal government to effectuate the usage of these resources, these tools, these programs in a way that will garner better change, especially to support those ecosystems. So we need to hear from you on a regular basis. You're closest to the ground, you're closest to the ecosystems, to the entrepreneurs, to where the capital needs to be deployed. So I just urge you to come to us. You can come to me directly. I know that Wally feels the same way. We need to hear from you. So the more that we hear from you, the better able to tailor these programs across the federal government.
Dominique and Manit.
Well, I think that's a great way to close it. So only thing I would add is the public-private partnership that's represented in this room, I think has an amazing opportunity to unleash the power of our immigrant communities and also those communities that have been left behind. We know the stats, we've seen the numbers of multi-trillion-dollar GDP growth that's available to us. All we have to do is continue to build on a lasting public-private partnership.
Thanks.
And I think the last thing I would add is if you have access to resource or capital, I think we all know the best pathway to generational wealth is entrepreneurship. So go to the very beginning of entrepreneurship. Provide your resources, your time, your commitment, your capital to the absolute starting point, pre-incorporation, when the ideas are percolating, and meet the entrepreneurs there, because I think you'll see tremendous ROI across the board.
Well, I know we just barely scratched the surface of this important topic, but please stay on this journey with us. And again, please join me in thanking everyone here on the panel.
we are in the midst of the most equitable recovery in history because of the investments we've made in these communities. But we know that in order to make sure that we continue to build wealth in these communities and to make sure that opportunity exists, we need to make long-term investments. That's exactly what we've done through the Inflation Reduction Act and the IRA to date. When you look at the investments, which include more than 110 investments totaling up to $200 billion, the vast majority of those investments, 80%, have been made in communities where people are less likely to go to college than the national average, and you've seen persistent poverty in many of the neighborhoods in which these investments have been made. Ultimately, the reason that this for us is seen as success is because it allows us to make investments in places where potential exists but opportunity hasn't for too long. And making sure that we grow the economy in these neighborhoods will mean that people of color, low-income Americans, Americans who have been underrepresented and left behind, have the opportunity to see their success tied to the nation's success, dealing with the existential threat that is climate change. The president always says it, that when he thinks climate change, he thinks jobs. Our goal is to make sure that the jobs that are created as part of the energy transition are well-paying jobs in these communities that allow people to plan for a future and invest in their families.
Good morning, everybody. Are you still with us? Yeah? Okay, just checking. My name is Xavier de Souza Briggs. I am at the Brookings Institution. Also co-founded something called the What Works Plus Collaborative. It's a philanthropic effort to help drive equity and resilience through these big investments. It's a pleasure to moderate this conversation. It's called Driving Economic Opportunity Through Supplier Diversity and Business Partner Diversity. Now, as catchy as that is, can I break that down for a second? Would that be okay? In this sweep of investments, these generational investments, the biggest infrastructure boom since the 1950s, huge bets on advanced manufacturing and critical industries, the net zero transition to clean energy, which is monumental and crucial for our communities for all the reasons we know. There is a lot of contracting happening, and much more is set to happen in the years ahead. The private sector is crucial to delivery of these investments and their impacts on the ground. And we need to be very clear. We face risk, not just opportunity, including the risk that we could make the racial wealth gap worse, not better, unless we are intentional about equity, unless we do some things that are bold and do them at scale. I want to give you two numbers really quickly, then I'll jump right into conversation with the panel. First, a measure of the racial wealth gap itself, a very direct one. We rely on Federal Reserve data typically, depending on the measure you use. The gap in real estate assets and financial investments is about 12 to 1 if you look at white households versus folks of color, about 12 to 1. You know what it is in private business assets? That's the technical term for private business wealth. It's about 36 to 1, okay? So that's number one. Here's another number that should get our attention. the representation of black-owned firms in the sectors poised for this extraordinary growth, sectors like manufacturing, construction, and utilities, think the power sector, less than 1% black-owned firms. So we have our work cut out, and this work is absolutely urgent. And here to get into it with me, starting on the far end, my good friend Tom Perez. Tom served in the Obama administration as head of the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice. He was Assistant Attorney General, and he was later our nation's Labor Secretary. He's also served at the local and state levels in government, and Tom currently serves as Senior Advisor to President Biden and Director of the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs in the White House. Tom, welcome. Next to him is Chris Gorman. Chris is CEO of KeyBank, a major lender and provider of financial services. And Chris, I noted that your civic involvement, each of you are very active in your communities, no surprise. You serve on the Board of Trustees of University Hospitals in Cleveland, a national standout, a model actually when it comes to inclusive procurement and supplier development. So thank you for that service and that much more to draw on here in the conversation. And finally, Mike Murphy is Chief Financial Officer of Micron, a world leader in semiconductor manufacturing. Mike has also worked in the automotive sector and in aerospace, so draws on a broader experience, and he has served in our military. Mike is a veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps. Please give one more round of applause to our panel. Tom, first question to you. I want us to understand from someone who was working directly with President Biden and serving and looking all across the administration and also across the land with leaders at all levels. What is this moment all about? What is at stake? How should we think about this moment in history?
You know, I think that taking a step back, the moments where we made the greatest progress building a social contract in this country.
Tom, do you have your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go.
Sorry about that. I want to take a step back and ask the question, what happened? How did we build a social contract in this country? Because the point I want to make is the moments of gravest risk to our democracy and to our economy and to so many institutions across society have also been the moments where we made the greatest progress. Look at the New Deal of the 1930s in the throes of the Depression and global conflict. You know, as Zav correctly pointed out, I had the privilege of leading the Civil Rights Division. Most of the laws we enforced were a product of the Civil Rights Movement of the 60s, a remarkably tumultuous moment in time where we built out those pillars, whether it's Title VI, whether it's the Voting Rights Act of 65, the Fair Housing Act of 68. And I think we're in a third moment right now, Zav, to answer your question of what's at stake. It's a moment of tremendous challenge, and as if we needed more challenges, we have seen plenty more post-October 7th here and around the world. But the president sees this through that lens of history as a moment of remarkable opportunity. And you know the litany of investments, and you correctly point out unprecedented investments since the Eisenhower in infrastructure and elsewhere. And one thing to keep in mind is an executive order that sometimes gets ignored, but not by the administration, but it is an underappreciated executive order, which is that all the things we do, and this is an executive order from the first days of the administration, a really important word, equity. Are we going to exacerbate the disparities that you're talking about, or are we going to address them? And equity is built into everything. Equity is built into the grant programs, to the IRA, to bipartisan infrastructure regulation. If you go to the Commerce Department and you look at broadband deserts, your first instinct is, oh my gosh, yeah, rural America. Go to the city of Baltimore. Go elsewhere and look at those broadband deserts in communities of color as well. So that equity lens has informed everything we have done. Now, we still have more work to do, but there was some interesting additional data that came out of the Fed literally last week about wealth over the last couple of years that shows that we're making some progress. We've got so much more to do, but I am heartened by the fact that equity has really taken a front seat in this administration. And I really appreciate the corporate engagement in that as well, because we've had so many productive conversations with corporate America about the need to do this differently. And that's why I come to you with actually a lot of optimism, notwithstanding the challenges of the moment.
Tom, thank you. I think we're mindful that there are a number of tools. They're extraordinary tools. I want to turn to our friends in the business community next. And then I want to come back to you because I also want to explore what it will take to drive benefits to our most disadvantaged communities, for example, through the Justice 40 Pledge and other things, but we'll come back. Mike, I want to start with you to help us dig into the business of business. You're a manufacturer. And I want to ask you very simply, why is it good for your business, important to your business, to have supplier diversity and to work on this challenge?
It's a good question, and thank you for having us here today. Mark Murphy, I'm the CFO of Micron. I work in an incredible industry. In many ways, pinnacle mankind's achievement on engineering. And we produce devices that the atomic level matters. And we produce more devices per year than there are people on the planet. Now that requires incredible scale. There's incredible complexity. There's a lot of different inputs. And it's important in that context that we have a very deep and broad supplier base. And COVID taught us that a supply chain disruption can create massive upheaval in the economy. So fortunately, under the administration's leadership, the CHIPS Act was passed, and that act provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we believe, to bring memory chip manufacturing to the U.S. at scale. And there's simply no other business that manufactures at the scale that we manufacture at. So just to give you an example, we've announced that we will do 5 fabs in the U.S. with the support of CHIPS. Each fab is the size of 10 football fields. 4 of those fabs we expect to build in New York. Now, with that immense economic activity associated with these huge fabs of scale, creates a big lift to the supplier base. It creates a supplier ecosystem. It's big enough to draw all the suppliers in and create unprecedented opportunity for underrepresented groups. And Micron, we're proud that we're a leader in this area generally in supplier diversity. We spend $500 million per year today on supplier diversity. On diverse suppliers, and we would expect to obviously increase that by multiples going forward. We've set clear goals already for our New York investment. For example, we plan to use 30% of the eligible spend in construction for underrepresented groups. On ongoing investments, we expect to use 20% for underrepresented groups. And those numbers are staggering. We will invest over 20 years $150 billion, or near $150 billion between our New York and Idaho investments. Ongoing operating costs over that period is over half that amount. So again, the numbers are staggering, and we're doing more than just that spend diversification with suppliers. We are helping with financial institutions and have made commitments, and we're one of the founders of the EOC for CDFI investment. We've made an investment there for our local community banks to support these efforts. And then finally, It's about people in the end. And we have goals on recruiting on underrepresented groups. One goal in particular is 20% of our hires we expect to be veterans. So we're doing it's a very thoughtful plan. It's a once in a generation, or maybe generations, opportunity to bring massive high-tech investment of scale to communities that need it.
Mike, I want to ask you to elaborate on one thing, if you would, before I turn to you, Chris. And this is literally sort of school me because I am not of your field. I'm mindful that you guys have created with the local community in central upstate New York, where you're building one of these massive fabs, you've created a community investment framework that is a standout nationally as we look across these different industrial investments. It's very multidimensional, so it will, it speaks to workforce investments, community benefits of a variety of kinds, not just the critical supplier diversity issue that we're focused on here. But you're in a very, very global industry. It's not just that your customers are everywhere. Computer chips are in almost everything these days. It's also that you require supplies from all over the world. It's a very, very complex business. So for those who want to lean in with you, if I can put it that way, what are the keys to localizing as much as possible? How do you think about what that outside envelope looks like, I guess, is the question, for buying as much as possible locally and driving business opportunity in the local community, given that you have to buy from around the world?
That's a great question. And maybe to build on your question, 98% of the world's memory chips, and everybody in this room currently, I can state with conviction, has memory chips on them. They're in everything you do. Your phone, the data center you're interacting with, the car you get into, everything. Foundationally, memory chips are the foundation of our data economy. 98% of memory chips are produced in East Asia. 2% are produced in the US, and it's the most advanced semiconductor technology there is at the biggest scale. These investments cluster because they're so big. We need scale in particular single geographies, or else the economics don't work. The industry, because of growth in applications, needs to add greenfield capacity, and this happens once a generation in scale we're talking about. That time is now, and we can do it in a place like New York. In order to build that density here in the US, you need to build an ecosystem. It's a very complex undertaking. As you said, thousands of different suppliers, new skills, very elevated skills, capital requirements, very complex. So we're already embarking on efforts to deal with that. Deal with thousands of suppliers. We're so big that we can influence the entire ecosystem and bring it into the US, unlike almost anybody else. We've established already community college engagements because we need highly skilled labor. That's one of our issues. We need highly skilled labor. So we've worked with the unions to make sure we get the skills we need. We've worked with community colleges to make sure they have the curriculum they need. They just opened a clean room in Onondaga Community College. So we can drive this sort of activity, unlike nearly any other company. And then also the financial institutions. We need a very robust economy locally because it's such a complex operation. There's so much economic activity. There's so much opportunity that we need the local financial institutions to be able to support that. So that's why we're a semiconductor company, but we're participating in helping the financial services business make sure that they can serve underrepresented groups that are running businesses, that they can, they're undercapitalized or they need help in running the business. If we can get them help, then they create a more robust, diverse supplier system for us.
Thank you, Mike. Really helpful. Chris, I think that's a perfect segue. You are not a manufacturer, you're a lender and a leading provider of financial services. Tell us about, how this is for KeyBank about, as I understand it, it's both about targeting sectors, entire sectors well, and working with your clients in the most effective ways.
Sure. Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here. So thank you, Zab. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Tom. It's interesting as we think about, and we talked earlier about this notion of wealth disparity. I am of a mindset that one of the greatest things we can collectively do about wealth disparity is to really create businesses that create a lot of jobs and create a lot of wealth. And if you think about the whole ecosystem, where we are much different, frankly, Mark, than your business is, we're only as strong as the communities in which we operate. We have 3.5 million customers, and to the extent those customers are doing well, we do well. So it makes a ton of sense, and we care deeply about our communities, but when we think about kind of workplace, workforce, and marketplace, there's a lot that we can do to help these businesses grow and develop. For example, this year about 12% of our spend will be around diverse suppliers. That's up from 8. So we're making a ton of progress, but thanks, John. There's a lot to be done. And you can imagine that we'll be out there doing it consistently. One of the things we've done is we've shared with our competitors, here's who we're using that are diverse suppliers. And the reason we do that is because if someone can supply us, and banks do similar things, we can share who those suppliers are, we can finance those suppliers, we can help those suppliers scale. And scale, I think, is really the key, because that's where you get into the wealth creation, that's when you get into the job creation, and frankly, if you think about businesses that are really successful, there's a lot of spin-offs from those businesses. So that's kind of how we think about and the importance of speaking of importance, the other thing that we've always done, which is I think another best practice, is don't leave it to procurement. Procurement folks do a really good job, but what you do is you hold the business people accountable, because they're ultimately the ones that really have the control over kind of where the spend is. And then if I could segue into the important role that I think the public sector plays, and the CHIPS Act is such a great example. We've referenced it a couple times. Mark talks about the incredible investments that Micron is making in communities like Syracuse, New York, places like Clay, New York, places like Boise, Idaho. All places, by the way, where we do business, but you can't imagine the secondary and tertiary impacts of that. When you're investing huge money in communities, that creates just a whole ecosystem. It creates a lot of in-migration, and in-migration creates opportunities. Think about every service sector. Think if you have the local sandwich shop. Think if you're, you have a business that supplies temporary employment. Think about if you're the vocational school training people. So I think I agree with Tom. I'm an optimist about where we are right now. I think the investment that we're investing in infrastructure is phenomenal. And I think, we talk about the initial investment, but that's just the beginning. Once we get that initial investment, there's a whole ecosystem that builds up around it. And I think it's an exciting time. So thanks for the question.
Dave, can I make one?
Please, Mike.
Make one comment to Chris's comments. Very, very helpful to hear those comments, and I want to make clear something. When we make these investments, they're of such scale that we think in periods of many decades. We think out to 2050, 2060, 2070, because that's how these investments we make are continual investments. So we need a community that's resilient. We need a community that's skilled. We need a community that's growing. We need a community with opportunity, because we need to feed this investment, which becomes bigger and bigger and more important to the U.S. economy and the global economy.
I appreciate your underlining that, Mike. I mean, we're not exactly at a high watermark in America when it comes to trust in institutions, I'll just note. And when you say this is a long time horizon, that's because it only makes business sense for you that way. You have to think in decades. The build out of your fabs in upstate New York, as I understand it, is over at least 20 plus years to full capacity. So this is a very long-dated sort of commitment. Chris, I wonder if I could ask you just to say a little bit more. If I'm a large company and I come to my account manager at KeyBank, and they say to you, I am really looking to do more and to go big and to go bold on supplier diversity. I need to transition my supply chain in some ways. What are some of the ways in which, as a lender, you help? Because a lot of supplier finance is not like other small business finance. It's not like opening a neighborhood diner or a personal services business or other things that I think we understand in the public in a more traditional way. These are very specific, in some cases specialized businesses in relationship with companies like Mike. So what's that conversation like when you have it?
Well, what's interesting about it and why I think there's such an opportunity around increasing the share of diverse suppliers is Don Graves, who's a friend and a former colleague, he talked about the importance of capital. Capital is important, but the great thing about getting these orders in hand is once one has these orders, it's pretty easy to get it financed. It's frankly, if you have a huge receivable from Micron, that's easier to finance than starting something from scratch. So I'm not minimizing it, but when I think the biggest thing we can do, and that's why I talked about this notion of kind of having a list of who the suppliers are that are scaled and scalable. I'll tell you, the financing is one thing. The really hard thing to get in business is to get that big order. And I think that's what we as a group can do around really ramping up some of these businesses.
Really helpful. Thank you. I want to make sure we don't, in hearing procurement, forget supplier development, enabling businesses to win those contracts. Tom, you wanted to get in?
And we spend a lot of time when people do get orders like that. We spend a lot of time working with them. Whether it's a diverse supplier or it's any other supplier, one of the things that people need to really pay attention to is a lot of supply chains are very complex. Somebody gets the order, but there's a second group involved, there's a third group involved. The whole ecosystem, there's technology involved, there's cybersecurity involved. And so those are areas where I think we as a financial institution can really help people scale their business because it's the kind of things we deal with frequently.
And people don't remember, but like the largest procurer of goods and services in the country is the federal government.
It's not even close.
And one thing I really appreciated about working for both President Obama and now President Biden is their understanding of that. And and this is one of those areas where you value what you measure what you value, and you look at the investments in minority-owned businesses. You look at the investments in CDFIs. One of the things I was most proud of when I was labor secretary by statute, I was chair of the PBGC, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation. And we had Jack Lew and I see you smiling, and Penny Pritzker were the co-members. And we looked at who was managing our money. And we were very intentional about creating new opportunities for emerging businesses was the term that we used. And I just spoke to someone, that this conversation just triggered this, literally a month ago, a friend of mine who's still there, who said, Tom, the program that you put in place, we hired those folks, and not surprisingly, they're going gangbusters. And we gave them a chance and they ran through it. And we need to keep doing that. We, the federal government, are a huge procurer of goods and services that run the gamut. And that's, again, I'm not going to get into, I could give you a whole data drop of, what's been done for businesses of color. It's been, again, getting back to that executive order with an eye toward equity. We've made progress, but we're nowhere near where we need to be. And we've got to continue this momentum. And I'm really heartened in listening to Mark and to Chris, you know, the situational awareness of the fact that this is, yes, it's a moral imperative, but this is enlightened self-interest is what it really is for businesses across the country. We have left so much talent on the sidelines in this country by failing to invest in communities of color. That is sinful. I'm doing a lot of, the meeting I had right before I came here was with business leaders from New York City. We have a number of remarkably resilient people who just came to this country because the situation in their country is phenomenally challenging. Venezuelans in New York City are the largest population currently coming in. I know that there are doctors, there are allied health professionals, there are educators, there are folks who are going to thrive in hospitality that are in New York. That has been happening since the founding of the Republic. And I'm so appreciative of how businesses, again, another example of stepping up, because it's not only the right thing to do, but folks, we got a workforce challenge here. And we've got to start looking in places where we've had benign neglect and sometimes outright hostility toward in our nation in previous generations.
Tom, thank you. And if I may, in some sense, we're here today to talk about the fact that we've got a workforce or a talent pipeline challenge, it has sometimes been called. Who's going to build and make all this stuff? The workforce of the future is absolutely crucial. We've also got a supplier pipeline challenge, in effect. We don't have the supplier pool yet. We need to be determined to build it. We've got just a few minutes left, gentlemen. And Tom, while you've got the mic, maybe I'll just come back down the panel this way. What have we not done yet that you see as possible, Tom, in the year ahead, especially to drive real, meaningful, visible benefits to the most disadvantaged communities, whether through the Justice 40 commitment, given how important net zero is, or other things?
Well, I think in the climate space, we have so much opportunity that some of which we've tapped into, but so much more of which we need to do. And, you know, the Inflation Reduction Act is different from ARPA. ARPA was, here, jurisdiction A, here's money, figure it out. And, you know, it's local government's best friend because they had a lot of flexibility. The reason I bring up the IRA right now is because my concern is that we don't want to reward the communities that have the savviest grant writers. We need to make sure that we are rewarding the communities through that equity lens that I am redundantly, and I will continue to be redundant, mention. And that's, I think, the opportunity. That's one opportunity. There's limitless opportunities across all of these investment streams. But in the IRA, I know people like John Podesta, who's been, you know, a very large leader in this. That's what we're thinking about. How do we make sure that these sorts of opportunities that require a lot of moving parts. You know, we need the key banks of the world. We need the Mark Murphys of the world to be intentional partners with communities that haven't always had a seat at the table. And I see a plethora of progress. I appreciate what Bloomberg has been doing on IRA and in their philanthropic arm, really bringing communities that have been underserved together so that we don't look back on this and see, oh, we've rewarded the savvy grant writers as opposed to the most worthy projects.
Thank you, Tom. You're bringing us back to a key theme of the morning, accessing the resources, not assuming that everyone can pull them down. Chris?
Well, I think to pick it up where Tom just left off, I think I think this notion, the announcements that were made yesterday about these economic opportunity zones are just incredible. I mean, there are smart, driven people everywhere. And once it gets momentum, there's a reason why, you know, people say, well, you could name, Don Graves said you could name the top 5 places. You could, but because it creates an ecosystem and it creates kind of a flywheel. And I think there's a real opportunity not to just continue to invest in the same places, but these opportunity zones. And then the other thing that's just on my mind as we think about what can change is I think there's all these businesses in the United States that were all started after World War II. all the people that own those businesses are thinking about retiring, and I think there's a huge opportunity, we working together, to have those businesses transition to a diverse group of new owners that can take those businesses to a new level, can re-energize them, and frankly, in so doing, can create, generational wealth. And so I just think that's something that's on my mind as well, that I think is just an untapped resource. So, Zev, those are a couple just thoughts.
Thank you, Chris. Mark, last word.
Just realize there's a few minutes, but two things I heard most of the discussion here was scale and intentional. Our intention, our vision, is to have unprecedented scale in the U.S. for semiconductor manufacturing, supported by the CHIPS Act. That provides unprecedented opportunities for people. It builds an ecosystem that we don't currently have that's strong enough, particularly in the community, New York, that we've identified. It will change that part of the country. It provides high-paying jobs, and that effect permeates the entire community, creates a more robust community, a more dynamic community, that we have to think, as I mentioned earlier, in generations, not in years. Thank you.
Thank you for stressing that. I've got two final duties, everybody. First, join me in thanking the panel. And let me ask you to direct your attention to a short video. It's going to share an important story. It's a really extraordinary public-private effort, which the Vice President mentioned earlier this morning, to drive inclusive economic growth by integrating public and private investments in new ways. So let's have a look.
The single greatest predictor of one's ability to move up the ladder, which is sort of the definition of the American dream. It's not the zip code, it's not the education even, it's family net worth. The generational wealth has been created in entrepreneurial ventures in small businesses, particularly in communities that have been historically underserved. They have ample capacity to succeed. What they need is someone to help them build their business.
Congress realized during the pandemic that it was going to have a particular impact on communities of color, Black and brown communities. The concern was around what would happen to the small business ecosystem and the economy in these communities, and how do we make sure we invest in ways that not only preserve what exists, but also build more resiliency and success going forward.
When people hear underserved communities, they immediately connect the dots thinking that somehow equates to risk. But if we look at the loss ratios of these CDFIs, they perform at par or sometimes better than their larger peer banks.
Today, many immigrant business owners, including some Asian American business owners, face language barriers that limit their ability to access capital and banking services. And people who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans, often lack access to traditional financial services of any kind.
In 2022, a pivotal discussion at the Freedman's Bank Forum echoed the urgency to address the economic disparity underserved communities face. The call for a structured, impactful response resonated through the nation's capital.
The Senate also recognized the need to take leadership on this issue. And that came in the form of Senators Warner from Virginia and Senator Crapo from Idaho, one Republican, one Democrat, coming together saying, there's no reason for the work around community development finance to be partisan whatsoever. It is really an American issue and not an us versus them issue.
My hope is that CDFIs, MDIs will now have a bipartisan group of senators that will support this extraordinarily important work going forward.
The Biden-Harris administration went even further through investments like those in the CDFI's Funds Equitable Recover program.
The private sector had made lots of commitments to try to reach those communities as well. And so this caused the federal government to go and have a conversation with corporate America. And so that's what led to the formation of the coalition.
The Economic Opportunity Coalition channels resources to bridge the economic divide, empowering underserved communities.
The Economic Opportunity Coalition is a historic public-private partnership that consists of Fortune 500 companies, foundations, and community-based organizations that have all come together to try to align and catalyze investments in underserved communities.
Our mission is to ensure that everyone has access to affordable, easy-to-use, and secure financial products and services. We've invested over $150 million into MDIs and CDFIs, and that capital is helping people build equity and build financial health. One of the most rewarding aspects of being part of the EOC is the dynamic discussions that we're having with other corporations, with government agencies, with MDIs, CDFIs, nonprofits, and foundations that are working together to build a more equitable future. And those discussions and the learnings that have come out of them have really informed our own investment strategy at PayPal and how we think about the impact that we're creating.
They believe that every part of the economy has to have a chance to thrive in order for them to thrive. So they're leaning in with us, and in many cases, they're not necessarily taking greater risk. Well, history has also shown that CDFIs and MDIs, especially in times of crisis, actually overperformed traditional financial institutions. It's not a charitable ask. It's a smart investment into the future of GDP growth in America.
This organization comes together around three core principles. That is accountability, to make sure that everything that we're doing is data-driven, quality over quantity, to make sure that we just have a limited number of solutions that really have deep impact in communities, and then alignment and synergy between the public, private, and social sector to make sure that we're working together.
We know that our economy can only reach its full potential when all Americans can participate in it.
What the EOC, to me, does is to create channels of capital that permanently are invested with expectations, both social and financial returns, right? It's not charity, but those channels of capital will find those communities through the intermediaries like CDFIs and MDIs to become a movement.
The Economic Opportunity Coalition mission grows with each partnership, each story of change.
Opportunity Coalition is focusing on two initiatives over the next year. The first is continuing our deposit initiative. And so we hope to reach out to more partners to join us in this effort, and also talk to folks who are not familiar with community development financial institutions at all. Our second initiative is our request that our corporate partners match what the federal government is doing in terms of investments in small and disadvantaged businesses.
We invite you to join corporate citizens spurring business growth and homeownership in rural and urban communities through meaningful investments in CDFIs, MDIs, and small and disadvantaged businesses.
Well, thank you so much to everybody that's in the room, to those of you that have been joining us on live stream. For those of you that have been with us over this journey, not just today, but over the course of this administration, where we have not only stated that racial equity is a day one priority, but methodically moved through the tools that we have available as a federal government to try to advance that cause. But we've been very clear from the start that we cannot do it by ourselves, that we need the partnership of the private sector, of the social sector, philanthropy, and others to actualize our aspirations. And that's what brings us together today. We're fortunate to stand on the shoulders of many that have led this vision. I'm really pleased that we have John Hope Bryant here with us, who first worked with Secretary Liu to coin Freedman's Bank and ensure that the legacy of that aspiration was not forgotten. Our opportunity today is to use the brain trust that we have, use the tools and power in this room and online to make sure that we're answering the call to action. So for those of you that have been joining us on the live stream, I want to thank you very much. We will reconvene at 1:45.
I'm Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, House Democratic leader. Regrettably, I'm unable to join you today in person due to pressing business here in the United States Congress. Let me begin by acknowledging Secretary Janet Yellen and Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo for their incredible work, tremendous leadership, and for convening the Freedmen's Bank Forum. I also want to acknowledge the moderator and all of the panelists for today's event. Director of White House Office of Public Engagement, the Honorable Steve Benjamin, Mayor Van Johnson, my good friend Maya Wiley, and Marla Blow. To all of the leaders here to discuss and showcase solutions to unleash the economic potential of every single American, we thank you for your service and for your participation. Freedman Savings and Trust Company, known as the Freedmen's Bank, was founded in 1865 for Black Americans recently freed from enslavement to ensure that people once held as chattel and traded like property could finally have their own bank accounts and obtain loans and eventually financial freedom. By 1870, the bank had accepted more than $25 million in deposits. Unfortunately, as part of a backlash to Reconstruction, the premature demise of the Freedmen's Bank occurred, stripping 60,000 hard-working Americans of their savings and wiping out a remarkable opportunity to build financial freedom and generational wealth. Today, many Black Americans face continued difficulties in securing access to capital, entrepreneurship, and home ownership. As we move forward with this effort, it remains critically important that we can uplift traditionally underserved communities in our efforts to build a robust economy for everyday Americans. The great American middle class dream means that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family, educate your children, purchase a home, and one day retire with grace and dignity. That's what we, as House Democrats, are hard at work fighting to create. An economy that works for everyday Americans in every single zip code, with an emphasis on traditionally underserved communities all throughout the nation. In the last Congress, under the leadership of President Joe Biden, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, and Leader Schumer, Democrats were able to pass the American Rescue Plan to save the economy from a deep recession, put shots in arms, money in pockets, and kids back in school, and reduce child poverty for many communities in half. We passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to create millions of good-paying jobs, fix our crumbling bridges, roads, tunnels, airports, our sewer and water systems, our mass transportation systems, and ensure high-speed internet access and clean water in every single community. We passed the CHIPS and Science Act to bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America and ensure that our workforce has access to the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics skills to succeed in the 21st century economy. It was one of the most consequential Congresses in American history, which just goes to show that here in the United States of America, we can continue to be the land of opportunity. But we've only been able to bring about that opportunity through the efforts of generations of giants upon whose shoulders we stand. And it is incumbent on all of us who continue to benefit from their work to unlock the doors of opportunity so that the great American dream can become a reality for Americans all throughout the nation. So I thank you for your tremendous efforts. With your partnership, your leadership, your vision, your heart, soul, and advocacy, I am certain that here in this great country, the best is yet to come. God bless you. God bless the Freedmen's Bank Forum, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Thank you all so much for being here today. It is so cool to be asking the questions and not taking the questions. I'll say that. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, with these wonderful national leaders in their own right, who have the ability not only to see and strategize macro, but really get work done on the ground on the micro level. So I think you've already been introduced, and that we are on limited time, but obviously we have Van Johnson, my former colleague, the mayor of the city of Savannah. I'm the lifetime president of the Mayor's Mutual Admiration Society, so Van's my brother. Marla Blow, the president and COO of the Skoll Foundation, and Maya Wiley, the woman who keeps us honest at all times, the president of the Leadership Conference in Civil and Human Rights. So hopefully we'll have a chance to have a brief moderated conversation on ways in which we can all work to drive practical, tangible change at the local level and make sure the benefits of the president's historic legislative agenda becomes real to the communities and the people that we all work hard for every single day. So I'm going to ask one broad opening question for everyone here. And it's, what do you see the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge in reaching the promise of these investments down in local communities? We'll start with you.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. I haven't been in this room in a long time, so it's great to get to spend a little bit of time in here. When I think about the opportunity that's in front of us and enabling this capital to reach the communities where it's so sorely needed, I think about fear, right? And that fear is oftentimes called risk, and I think that risk is used as a way to enable people to avoid taking steps, right, and moving in the direction of change, doing something that might feel a little bit uncomfortable, taking something that hasn't necessarily been done before, certainly not at scale. And I think the opportunity and the key is to push through that fear, right, and push through and do something that does feel a little bit uncomfortable. I think so often this is argued with data, and we make the case with data. And the data should suggest, actually, that fear and risk, and that the risk is overblown, and that fear is misplaced. And I think it shows me that this is not actually grounded in reality, right? It is grounded in something that is a little bit less rational, which fear is our base emotion, and moving through that and enabling oneself, one's organization, one's institution to get past that barrier is a thing that I fear not happening. That would lead to this program not living into its full potential.
Fantastic, thank you. My biggest opportunity, the biggest challenge?
Well, these are both really wonderful questions and really hard questions at the same time, because there are actually a lot of opportunities and a lot of challenges. So I'll just name at the very high level, I mean, the biggest opportunity is this is a tremendous amount of resources, actual dollars intended for the first time in a very meaningful way to hit on the ground communities who have so long been disinvested in and actually named and identified as beneficiaries. That's a big opportunity, but it also maps to the same challenge that is also not a new challenge, which is there have been barriers, whether it's access to capital, access to information, and real preparation for the ability to translate those resources in the kind of vision that people on the ground have for their own communities. But without saying that is a challenge, but just to acknowledge that there are already a lot of folks, including funders, who have been organizing resources to say, what does it mean to be shovel ready? How can we prepare folks for shuttle readiness so that it advances a vision of their own communities and understands the community has priorities and knows best what those priorities are. And the other thing I think we all have the opportunity to do, but it's also a challenge, even though you didn't give me to, Mr. Mayor, but it's this. We got to talk plain. We spend a lot of time being real technical because we're real smart. And you know, community is too when you make it plain about their lives and not technical about the program. It's like, do you need a way to get to work? What gets you there? Do you need some affordable, do you need to be able to pay your rent? Not, we have a federal special credit access to credit program, right? And so I just want to say that, because it's just talk like you're talking to your grandma.
My, getting biblical on us. Write the vision and make it plain, right? All right. Brother Mayor, what do you say?
What do you expect me to say behind that? Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. And Steve Benjamin, if you look online and just type mayor on there, he is the quintessential mayor, fellow New Yorker, and always so proud of him. But for me, I'll start with the challenges. The challenges are really clear that in spite of what data says is unprecedented growth and all these good things happening, on the main street of Savannah, Georgia, they don't see it. I'm not feeling what you're saying. And so then how do we create a way where what I am saying is congruent with what you feel? And so that has been the challenge. 8% is 8% no matter where you are. And the fact is that things cost more no matter where you are. Now, the opportunities are obvious. I'm looking in this beautiful building that wasn't built for me. And I'm wondering how we can get more folks here. How do we bring people along intentionally, get rid of the red tape, and being so transformational and so game-changing that we are finding ways to give people the opportunity to partake in the stated investments that we say that we have? How do we make sure that all means all? And how do we make sure that we're unequivocally clear about what all means? And so that's the great opportunity, and I hope from leaving this place that we are big enough, bold enough, bad enough to take advantage of the opportunities that we have, the wave that we're riding, to make sure that we are creating unprecedented changes for people who can't be in this room right now.
Man, I'll come, yeah, absolutely. Now I'll come back this way. I'll start with you this time, Van. What are some of the ways in which Savannah's benefited from some of the federal programs, maybe in very real ways?
I think that, the federal investment has made me a great mayor. I'm grateful for it. We realized two things, and we found out from the CARES Act, that ultimately that Santa Claus doesn't dispatch from North Pole. He comes to communities. He comes to houses, and he gives people in their houses that which they need. And for us, recognizing that our city could have a direct connection to the federal government, and the federal government was going to trust us to know we knew what was best in Savannah, that the Treasury Secretary wasn't in Walmart and wasn't in church and didn't know what it was that people needed. So for us, we use ARPA to build permanent supportive housing, which we needed. We use ARPA and help us raise our salaries for our city employees to a $15 minimum wage, because you can't get people out of poverty by paying them poverty wages. For us, helping people experiencing chronic homelessness and water and sewer, infrastructure, public recreation, and all of these things. We were able also to help with our ports. We have the second busiest port on the East Coast and the third in the nation. And the reality is that the South has something to say, and the South is saying it. And we're saying that we're driving America. And so this helps us to not only deal with deepening ports and creating ways for commerce to come through, but making sure we also look at the environment to make sure we're not harming the environment and remaining resilient. So, for us, the relationship has meant a lot for us. It has created ways for us to make sure that we're putting the money exactly where it needs. We are sodding grass from the ground level instead of from the 30,000-foot level.
Thank you. Marla, it's so great to have you up here, because I think oftentimes people look certainly for leadership, but also all the solutions from the federal government. The reality is that we need a kind of a multi-sectoral, public, private, philanthropic approach to solving some of these complex challenges. What do you think a comprehensive philanthropic commitment looks like in this arena?
One of the ways that we've engaged this and thought about this problem is to activate all of the dimensions of what we have at our disposal, right? And think about it in terms of not having to sort of chart a course that's sort of a hard 90-degree turn from where you are, but instead think about what they do in nautical fields, right? Nautical fields, if you chart a course that's 3 degrees different from where you're headed right now, over time you will end up in a completely different place than if you stay the course that you're on. And that's the way that we've been thinking about this by using our endowment, by using our grant opportunities, by using our partnerships in ways that will foster exactly what we're talking about here. So what that looks like in real terms is we are asset owners, right? People don't think about philanthropy, people outside of this room probably, and people outside of capital markets don't think about philanthropy as capital markets actors or as asset owners, but we absolutely are. And I now lead directing where our endowment goes. And I have the ability, don't always get to do exactly everything that I want to do, but I get to push. And one of the ways that this manifests is I get asked, do we have a target, right? Are we trying to move 25% of our assets in this direction or 50% of our assets in this direction? And what I think when people are asking me that question is they want to know, when are we going to be done? And my answer to that is never. We are never going to be done. We are changing fundamentally what we do, how we do it, what are the parameters that we use that have been used to keep other people out. We are removing them, and we are putting ourselves in a position of taking greater risk in a way that is consistent with what I described earlier, that I think that risk is mispriced, right? And I think that risk is overblown. So in specific terms, in this case, we have made a grant that helps facilitate the setting up of the IIE platform, and we have made an investment out of our endowment directly into SSBCI as a way of being able to foster the participation by the private sector, by the other parts of the philanthropic sector, by allowing others to assume there's a bit of cushion underneath their capital, but bring them into the conversation and bring them into participating in this so that they can also realize that that risk is overstated and that risk is mispriced, and that if you're looking for outsized returns, you have to go places where the capital has not already competed away all of those opportunities. And I think these communities that we're talking about is exactly where that opportunity is resident. So now, I do not think that looks like the stories that we all hear so often about who raised a Series A round at what valuation and so on, and who's going to sort of speedboat their way out to an IPO, right? Like that's not what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about fundamentally sound, sustainable businesses that change communities, that are owned by the local communities, that the people that own them, the people that participate in them, are able to benefit from what happens in the wake of the existence of that business. And that is the thing that we have the opportunity to foster here, and we are putting all of our assets to work to enable it.
Thank you. I always love hearing from Maya Wiley because, first of all, you get an early morning text, and sometimes if you did something right, she'll tell you got something right. If something needs to be fixed, then the real role of public engagement is obviously not just talking about the successes, but actually getting constructive input and constructive criticism as to how you can actually fix things. We will have a brief conversation and talk about something about 19th century challenges and 20th century tools and 21st century opportunities in a very short period of time. Maya, what's as the nation's oldest and largest civil and human rights organization and coalition, what does support of local communities look like to you now? What does it look like?
It looks like power. It looks like power. If I ask you this question, who has the most power to change the course of this country so that we're saving democracy rather than undermining it? Who would you say? Voters of color between the ages of 18 and 35 who will soon be a third of the electorate. Why do I say that? Because the very communities we are talking about right now, the very communities that we're talking about, how talk like you talking to your grandmother, the very people who are saying, we want to be entrepreneurs. We want to be able to afford college. We actually want an environmentally friendly future. We do think that you should be able to say gay and read a book without anybody telling you you can't. And my family, on one side, was enslaved not far from where Mayor Benjamin was the mayor. And in those places, Camden, South Carolina, many places in Georgia, the difference between us saying to folks, you have more power than you know, whether it's to design your communities, say what works for you, and have some folks who will actually listen, like Steve Benjamin, because he's right, we all text him too, it ain't just me. All 240 of my principals are texting Steve Benjamin. But it matters that we have people that actually show up and say, what do you need? And how do we make sure you can use it for the direction in the future you want? And if we're not saying that, my call to action for all of us is to recognize the power we have and recognize that all of us have the ability to tap and remind people that they have that power. So when we look at coalition, and we going on almost 3/4 of a century now, the only difference we have ever made is not what people gave us. The only difference we have ever made is what we have told people they're gonna give us.
Mm. I feel these walls that Van was talking about shaking up in here. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you had some really amazing leaders in this room. Talk about the role the private sector has played in partnerships that made sense. I mean, I know the Port Authority of Georgia, for example, doing some housing assistance work in the city. What have you seen that's worked that might be replicable and scalable in other places in the country?
Well, I think it's very clear we're all in this together, and no one can do it alone. And for far too long, either be it government or business or philanthropic organizations felt like we could just go alone. We have to go together. As I talked about aforementioned about our port that's driving this nation now, the reality was it's owned by the state of Georgia. And for our conversation, our very courageous conversation, was how do you help in this equation? So we ended up, and it's again totally owned by the state. They don't have to give anything, but we were able to really talk about the opportunities that were mutually beneficial for both of us. And so for us in Savannah is housing. And so how do you address issues of housing? How do you address issues that people who work at your place of business don't have to drive an hour or 2 hours to get there? Mayor Benjamin is quite familiar with Hilton Head, South Carolina, where the folks who built Hilton Head can't afford to live there, and they drive or they bust in from Beaufort and those other areas. So we were able to work out with the Port Authority $6 million over 8 years, $750,000 a year, specifically for the portside communities, which are historically black, historically disadvantaged, to be able to promote home ownership and home repairs. Because historically what happens is that two things happen. Grandmama gets old, the house she built, she can't afford to take care of anymore. And so it falls into disrepair, and then a whole other bunch of things happen. Or people willing to purchase those homes, and they can't because of title, other issues. They had 300 heirs for the property because grandmama didn't think she would ever die, and so she told each child something different. And as a result, in my world, somebody dies, it either makes families or it destroys families. And in our community, it destroys families because everybody remembers something different. And the longer time goes on and people die, the more heirs you add to the equation. And there's always somebody ultimately who says, we're not selling mama's house. No, we're not. And then somebody says, we're going to sell it and get all we can get. And then there's always that sibling you can't find. Nobody's talked to them in like 30 years. And so it becomes a problem, and it falls into issues of blight and issues of disrepair. So in this investment from the Port of Savannah, the Georgia Ports Authority, will allow us to help keep people in their homes in these historic communities. And so for us, that's a good thing, because when people are able to own homes, maintain housing, they're able to maintain their independence, they're able to maintain their dignity, and they're able to contribute to the greater being of our community. So our goal is to keep people in the hood that they built and help it be better. That if it needs new siding, or if it needs a new roof, or it just needs some things that are aesthetic, or it needs a ramp now because you have to go up and down, that you have the means to be able to do that while creating new home ownership opportunities for people who want to move to those neighborhoods.
All right, flash poll. How many of you in here, raise your hand, know you're your mama's favorite child? How many of you know? All right. Get it in writing, okay? Just get it in writing, okay? We can solve so many of these problems going into the future.
How many of y'all lawyers in here?
Marla, I mean, this real paradigm shift in thinking about philanthropy that you referenced earlier. What are ways maybe some of your colleagues and other organizations like you, how are people stretching beyond common practice? And what does an endowment commitment look like nowadays?
We've spent a fair amount of time engaging with other philanthropies and working through coalitions and building collaboratives and identifying opportunities for us to build on one another's work. Because so often philanthropy has the latitude to decide everything I do must be invented by me, right? Rather than relying on work that somebody else has already done, or trusting that you having access to the information from elsewhere is acceptable. And I look for opportunities to find like-minded participation and identify not just the coalitions that involve philanthropy, but the coalitions that involve all the sectors across society. So when we look at the public sector and being in a place like this and being in this conversation, connecting with leaders that are thinking about what the public role ought to be, and then bringing that to the table, talking with others in philanthropy, as I mentioned, who are thinking about not just who we grant money to, but also who we employ to invest in managed dollars on our behalf, and where they are allocating those dollars. What we can do with that is kind of drive and magnify the change that we're making through our grant dollars, and bringing those like-minded foundations and philanthropists to the table. And then looking at, more broadly, private sector, looking for corporate actors, looking for other kinds of market actors that are committed to using the tools that they bring to the table, and that each one of those pieces of the puzzle has to operate in unison. And you are both leaders in local communities. When those communities are functioning well, it's because all of the aspects of those communities are working together, and that there is a shared vision, that there is trust, and that there is communication across those dimensions. So going out and actually engaging across sector, I think when you try to solve this problem as a whole, alone, it feels overwhelming, right? And there's the tools. Any individual tool is not going to be sufficient. It has to involve all of the tools that are resident in other sectors and other arenas. So the importance here is looking for coalitions that are diverse, that are broad, that enable people to take action from where they are. And if you do your part and I do my part, we can change the direction, and we can make this capital reach the places where it's sorely needed. We can enable these communities to experience a different future. But that requires consolidated action, right? It cannot happen individually.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. One question I just thought of, Maya. I mean, you have visibility, and you've been helpful to us, me personally, on so many different issues. That's
not what you said in the text.
the folks in this room, if you hadn't asked, if you hadn't asked some folks in this room, we really have an amazing cornucopia of talent in this room. What would you ask folks in this room to do to help support some of the major issues that you're working on?
You know, I really think it boils down to not the issue, because they're all important, right? And how many of you live a single issue life? Right? Not a one of us. How many of you decide where to live based only on the roof and whether the basement leaks? What's the first question you ask? How are the schools? If you have kids or want to. I mean, the point is, there's not one issue, which is also the opportunity. The question is, who are we empowering? So my ask is, are you empowering in whatever you're doing? Because the fact that you're here means you're doing something that matters on an issue or issues that matter. So the only question is, are you empowering and lifting up the people who the Supreme Court is saying you can discriminate against? Are you empowering the people who some of these states are saying you don't have to let vote? Are you empowering the folks who are less likely to be able to afford the rent, even if they're working 2 jobs? Who has more power? And by power, I mean the ability to shape their future and their community's futures, who are the very people that they're trying to use. And I say they, because they ain't all of us. That they're trying to tell some of us to fear and to not favor. Because I'm going to tell you this. Every last one of us needs to stand up for being awake. Because if we're not woke, we sleeping. And it is how they want us. So wake up.
Thank you so much, Maya. So we got 2 minutes left. Mr. Mayor, very quickly, you are, by the way, the mayor's an amazingly talented musician, too, if you didn't know that. So had a career before this, he's going to have a career after this, but he is amazing. You're a leader in... You're a leader in the U.S. Conference of Mayors, National League of Cities, African American Mayors Association. What's the mood with your colleagues around the country right now? The mood with your colleagues. What do you hear?
We have to be able to translate success. We have to be able to take the things that we're hearing and, again, as I said, make it relevant to people at home. Because at the end of the day, they're coming to us at Walmart. They're coming to us at church. We're seeing the folks that continue to have. We see that there are still in 2023 people who don't have the opportunity simply because of their zip code. Folks who simply can't get a mortgage. People who can't get a business loan despite the best idea. And again, I came here with the thought of to not take up space and not take up time, but to be bold enough and bad enough to change a trajectory, even if it's 3 degrees, to be able to change people's lives. I sit here with that blessed responsibility and obligation that when I leave the field is better than the way I found it. If it doesn't happen, as you did in Colombia, then it's my fault. And I wasted the blessing that was given to me.
I tell you, really want to thank Secretary Yellen, Deputy Secretary Ayamo, for bringing us together, for bringing together this fantastic panel, Marla Blow, Maya Wiley, and my friend Mayor Van Johnson. And I really encourage you all, we're not having wine, I think we're having cookies when we leave here. Sweet treats, I think I was told. But make sure, obviously I don't have to tell you this, but I'm gonna tell you anyway, make sure you get to know each other in this room, networking, sharing the very best ideas, very best practices, things that can be replicated. I know several of the people in this room, and I know y'all doing some amazing things. Make sure others know what you're doing. And thank you all. Thank you for allowing me to come across the parking lot and spend some time with you today. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bring some money.
Ambassador Andrew Young would say coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. You're about to witness a few coincidences that are quite inspiring, I believe. There's a pastor by the name of Reverend Alfred from New York who had the original idea of the Freedman's Bank. Wouldn't know that unless I probably told you. From that, Abraham Lincoln was inspired. But in the midst of that conversation, you just heard from a mayor from Savannah. In Savannah, Secretary of War Stanton and General Sherman went and met with 20 ministers, black ministers, said, what do you want after slavery? They didn't say they wanted a welfare program or a handout. They wanted land. They wanted to do for themselves. That was Food Action 15, 40 acres. They worked that land so amazingly. It was not very good land. It was along the coast, which, we love beachfront property today, but not so much in the agricultural age. They said, my God, they're so industrious, give them a meal. January, the land, 1865. February, the mule, 1865. March, Abraham Lincoln signs the Freedman's Bank into law, creating the bank chartered to teach free slaves about money, land, machinery, a bank. In April, he was assassinated for, I guess, dreaming too big. His advisor was Frederick Douglass, who was a businessman and a freedom fighter, and they had that bank across the street. That was what we call the first Reconstruction. You fast forward to the second Reconstruction, and you really have Dr. King and Dorothy I. Height, who owned a building, the only woman to own a building on Pennsylvania Avenue, National Council of Negro Women. Jesse, you know the story. Ambassador Andrew Young, Dr. King, this movement around ultimately poverty eradication. And then he was assassinated the same month as Lincoln, 100 years later. And you wonder whether any of this stuff's working, whether any of this stuff is making advancement. And then you have a mortgage crisis that hits in 2008, but we saw it coming. Well, one person really saw it coming, but let me get to that in a minute. I've known 9 presidents, I've been recognized by 5, I've served 3, but the one thing that all of them have in common, they were men. Hold on for a minute. The first time I came in contact with the now Secretary of the Treasury was when she was president of the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco. And she signaled, she saw a mortgage crisis coming. And she put programs and initiatives in place to try to soften the blow. Again, Jesse remembers some of that work. We were both in the fields of activity, Bob Ganays and others at that time. But the world had not recognized her genius just yet. And as that crisis came into full view, her role began to blossom, and she became, amongst other things, the leader of the White House, I think it was Council of Economic Advisors, and then back to the Federal Reserve as ultimately the Fed Reserve Chair. and the Secretary of the Treasury. What you may not know is she's the only woman, she's the only person ever to hold not all those roles I mentioned, just the White House role, the Fed role, and the Secretary of the Treasury role. The only person in history. And if you contextualize that alone, it's pretty amazing. But hold on a minute. We now enter 2020, and what I'd argue is a third Reconstruction. Opportunity for all. The color's not white or black or red or blue, it's green. And we're coming out of the mortgage crisis, we're coming in the back into that, where she walked us through what could have been the end of the modern economy as we know it, for the largest economy in the world, got no credit for producing calm. And now she becomes Fed chairman in the midst of a global pandemic. One that the world has never seen before and hopefully not since, ever again. And once again, not only does she come in and she leads, but she leads in a different way. She makes her deputy secretary, Wale Adeyemo, who is the first person of color, first African person of African descent ever to be deputy secretary of the United States of America. And it's never been done in the history of the country. The largest economy on the planet, the largest democracy in the world, the lighthouse for hope and opportunity. You've never had a woman and a black man leading money. She's humble. She walks very, very softly. She does not bring attention to herself. So let me tell you what she's not going to tell you. She's the daughter of a physician, who, husband and wife in, I think it was the Bronx, if I'm not mistaken, in New York, lived upstairs and had their physician downstairs where they served people. And he had employees, and he struggled to make payroll. Like many businesses here, you wonder why she's so concerned about labor and the average person. I'm trying to unpack this for you a little bit. There's a human being underneath the title. Her mother was a teacher. And she saw her father trying to serve people while trying to feed the family. And that embedded into her spirit and her soul. And it carried through with her until the test of her values was put in place, first in San Francisco, then in Washington, D.C., in the successive posts. And I think the apex was was managing us through COVID, which could have literally cratered our economy and stopped our democracy. And I don't think she gets the credit she deserves, and maybe she won't for a while. And I know she doesn't live for credit. But when you factor all this in and you look at the long arc from Lincoln and the Freedmen's Bank to us now being at the Freedmen's Bank Forum, and I'm honored, her predecessor, I'm sure she won't mind me saying this, Secretary Jack Lew, who we hope becomes the ambassador for Israel, by the way, he's nominated. Jack Lew met with Wale Adeyemo when he was an advisor, and myself, and we had a dream of renaming the building across the street. And I was told, go somewhere. Who do you think you are? You're not a congressman, you're not a senator. I said, well, I'm God's child, and I'm a dreamer with a shovel in my hands. And they renamed that building. And they created this forum. And she continued it, and she didn't have to. For all the things that she doesn't get credit for all the compliments that she doesn't give herself, for the moment in history that I believe we're sitting in right now. We're sitting in a moment in history, but history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. Can I get an amen? Amen. So the last movement was in the streets. It was about civil rights. It's quite possible this one's in the suites, and it's about civil rights. Opportunity for all. And the lady who's in the seat who understands the walk and the talk of the common person, whose mother was a teacher and whose father was a physician and an employer, who's gone and who's understood our mortgage issues and our access to capital issues and our labor issues and our life issues and our health issues, is now going to present before you as the only woman in history to be Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America, the largest economy on the planet, and still the light on the hill. Can you please do something that Washington doesn't often do? Don't sit in your seat and act like this is normal. Join me in welcoming the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America, Janet Yellen.
John, that was a wonderful thing. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic introduction. I'm really grateful. And your advocacy to ensure that the Freedman's Bank legacy was not forgotten, it's on full display today, and it has inspired so many of our efforts. And good afternoon to all of you. My thanks for joining for the Biden administration's third Freedman's Bank Forum. And thank you in particular to the HBCU students who are here with us today. It's crucial that your voices help inform the conversations we're having. Well, we've accomplished a lot since the start of this administration, and the Treasury Department is proud to have played a major role. Today is an opportunity to reflect on our efforts thus far so that we can continue driving progress going forward. All of us here know the U.S. economy has not historically worked well for Black, Latino, Native, and many Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. And we also share a forward-looking vision of an economy that unlocks the economic potential of people, communities, and businesses that have been left behind. We share this vision because it's fair, and also it is good economics, crucial to our country's economic strength and resilience. Over the past 2.5 years, this vision has led us to help drive the most equitable recovery on record. Now the same conviction underlies our work to build the most inclusive economy we can for the long term. In my remarks today, I'll highlight some of the key tools we have deployed and the impacts our work is having. When President Biden took office, we faced the twin health and economic shocks of COVID-19. The president worked with Congress to pass the American Rescue Plan, and that shaped our economic recovery and it laid the groundwork for future growth. From the start, and especially through the American Rescue Plan, the Biden-Harris administration and the Treasury Department focused on the needs of the most vulnerable Americans. This included people of color, female-headed households, low-income families, and rural communities. We understood that effectively delivering services to these populations meant we could not rely on a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, we prioritized the use of community-informed approaches, partnerships, and trusted state and local partners, and data-driven program design. And through these efforts, we help drive an historically equitable recovery. Our work on housing is one example. Governments receiving funds from the American Rescue Plan's Homeowners Assistance Fund, they were required to target assistance to below median income and socially disadvantaged homeowners. And these efforts worked. 35% of homeowners receiving assistance self-identified as Black, and 23% self-identified as Hispanic or Latino. As a result of these and other efforts, foreclosure rates remained the lowest they have been in nearly 2 decades. That benefited far more people than just the direct recipients of funds. The child tax credit is another example. In response to the threat of COVID-19, the threat it posed to child poverty, we implemented an expanded child tax credit, which allowed tens of millions of families to receive hundreds of dollars per child in monthly support. The program brought over 700,000 Black children out of poverty in 2021, and it cut overall child poverty rates almost in half. Devastatingly, the expiration of the expanded credit has since erased these gains, but that just underscores how much work we still have ahead. It's indisputable, though, that our efforts helped to drive a recovery that was both historically fast and historically equitable. As we show in a Treasury report released this week, the Black unemployment rate has fallen to historic lows, and so has the gap between the Black and white unemployment rates. The Latino unemployment rate, which spiked more than that of any other ethnic group during the pandemic, has since fallen to pre-pandemic levels. And these results were not inevitable. We made choices that helped combat this country's long history of racial inequity and prevented the pandemic from further entrenching it. As I've said, these choices were founded on a belief that supporting vulnerable populations means better outcomes for all of us. And the same conviction drives our long-term actions. President Biden's Investing in America agenda is rooted in what I call modern supply-side economics, which is an economic strategy to expand our economy's long-term productive capacity while reducing inequality and environmental damage. We're broadening economic opportunity and through that fueling growth. I'll focus today specifically on our efforts to help small and underserved businesses. It's centered on two things small businesses need: capital and new market opportunities. Let me start with capital. Through the Emergency Capital Investment Program, we've invested more than $8.5 billion in community financial institutions, including $1.4 billion in Black-owned and Black majority shareholder depository institutions. We're just receiving the first round of reporting, and it shows that in about 6 months of lending in the second half of 2022, 1/3 of total originations were deep impact loans. Those are loans that were made to the hardest to serve borrowers. And this is just the start. Over the next decade, we expect that ESIP will result in nearly $80 billion in increased lending in Black communities and nearly $58 billion in Latino communities. Meanwhile, the state Small Business Credit Initiative is providing nearly $10 billion to increase access to capital and to promote entrepreneurship. That includes $2.5 billion in funding and incentives to support underserved businesses and jurisdictions that successfully reach those businesses. I'm pleased we just announced that SSBCI will provide new funding for technical assistance grants to help build out the pipeline of diverse entrepreneurs in fields that are key for the Investing in America agenda. And more broadly, we're seeing significant growth. The number of Black active business owners increased by 10% from the start of 2021 to August of 2023. And the number of Hispanic active business owners increased by 26%. And more new business applications were filed in 2021 and 2022 than ever before. To open doors to new market opportunities, we've started by walking the walk ourselves. Over the past 2 years, the Treasury Department has increased the dollar amount of contracts awarded to Black-owned businesses by 60%. In fiscal 2022, we awarded more than $123 million to Latino-owned contractors. And the Internal Revenue Service has now committed to spend 19% of its overall procurement on small and disadvantaged businesses in 2024, next year. And just this morning, several additional corporate leaders agreed to match the government's commitment to spend 15% of their procurement dollars with small and underserved businesses by 2025. More firms doing so could generate hundreds of billions of dollars in new contracts for small and underserved businesses. More than simply contract awards, we're seeing deeper efforts to build out supply chains for critical sectors such as renewable energy by working with diverse entrepreneurs. Also this morning, corporate leaders highlighted technical assistance programs they're pursuing to foster the knowledge and capacity necessary for diverse entrepreneurs to compete for larger contracts. Like many of our efforts, this will benefit far more than these entrepreneurs. Companies across the United States face shortages of skilled workers and suppliers, so incorporating diverse businesses is also crucial to our efforts to build resilient supply chains. Now, these efforts align with our broader push to drive investments in low-income communities, such as through boosting the Inflation Reduction Act's Clean Energy Investment Tax Credit through the Low-Income Communities Bonus Credit Program. This is a boost that helps extend the IRA's benefits to people in places that have been economically left behind. We're pleased to have opened the application process just last week. These and many other changes are having and will continue to have real impacts. We're building on our equitable recovery. We're creating an inclusive economy for the long term. We're working toward more economically robust communities with families who can buy homes, find jobs, and support their children's health and education. I know those in this room, from state and local government officials to business executives to nonprofit leaders, I know you're committed to this shared vision. We have learned and continue to learn as we go, and I trust we will all continue to expand and deepen our efforts going forward. An economy that works for communities of color is an economy that works for all of us, fueling our economic strength and ushering in a better future. So I want to thank you again. Thanks to all of you for being here today, and thank you so much for being part of this critically important work. Thank you so much.
Please welcome back to the stage Treasury's Counselor for Racial Equity, Janice Bowler.
Thank you. Oh, you guys are going to make me cry. When I was growing up, my lived experience and my firsthand observations were what we now have fancy terms for, geography of opportunity, where I saw that half the kids that started my high school never graduated. That the experience that the kids at the school across the street had looked different than the ones that I had. And that has been my professional motivation my entire life, to change that statistic, that your zip code determines your life outcomes. There's a lot of us in this room that beat those odds, but we don't want to beat the odds. We want systems that work for everybody. And it has been my incredible privilege and honor to be able to pursue that passion here under the leadership of Secretary Yellen and Deputy Secretary Adeyemo. It simply would not be possible without the kind of leadership that they provide to us every day. And we all come to work knowing that we set tables, we write beautiful regulations. I'm sure everybody here can agree. They're not going to work without the partners that are in this room, whether that's the feedback and the insight that you give us along the way, or the implementation supports that you provide that help us meet our own aspirations out in communities. And so today has been this really special opportunity for us to convene, to network, and to think about those partnerships and how we are going to continue to drive action together. I hope that as we close our time together, we are kicking off conversations, we are talking about partnerships that are going to take us on the next leg of this journey. We can't stop, we won't stop. Thank you so much. And before I close, I'm going to end you asking for one more standing ovation, but this time for the staff in the back. Aditi, Ara, Anisha, Stephen, Chris, Paige, Lorraine, Kay, Aditi, Caitlin. There's so many that have made this possible. Thank you so much. There are desserts out in the hallway. Please join us and keep the conversation going. Thank you.